Hello, welcome to my live. I see you, Captive Desk. How you doing? So today, I was hoping to talk a little bit about faith and what faith is and the role it plays in people's lives. And hey, Scott, I see you there. Nice to have you. So, faith. What exactly is it? Uh, what does it mean to people? I know that I used to value faith a lot. I used to think that faith was a virtue, that it was vitally important, and even thought that it had some sort of special power, conviction. But that's what I see the power is in conviction. Yeah, if you have conviction um, and you stick with a conviction, it can help you succeed. It can help you have a better life in some ways. But faith in things that are unproven and faith in things that are undetectable, like God's, I don't see the benefit of faith at all. And I was hoping today to talk about faith. All right, faith, the definition in the dictionary is a great trust or confidence in something or someone. And I think most people understand it as such. But we also have the biblical definition. And that's very important to Christian people because the biblical definition comes out of the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, verse 1, where it says, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. When I read that now, what I see is something that is not true. Okay. I don't see that as even being true. So it's hard for me to take it serious because I try to live my life in truth, not according to the Bible, because the Bible may or may not be true. And if I figure out that something is not true, I'm not going to live my life according to it. So the biblical definition of faith is simply false because faith is most definitely not a substance and it most definitely is not evidence. So I don't live my life according to that type of faith anymore. Now, the Bible itself defines faith as belief with strong conviction that something that is not provable and has no empirical evidence to back it up is true simply because you believe it is. That's biblical faith. All right, there's no empirical evidence, but you believe it anyway. Right? Essentially, faith is pretending to know things that you do not know. And that, my friends, is biblical faith. And I no longer see that as a virtue. I see it as gullibility. I think it's dangerous. And I think that it can lead to a lot of bad outcomes when we have faith in things because someone said something or you read it in the Bible. Yeah, I'm going to check the things I read in the Bible. I'm going to check the things I read anyway. Anywhere at all that I see something and read it, I'm going to check it. I do that every day. I've learned to be much more skeptical because if you just believe things and stubbornly insist they are true, you're surely not going to have a good outcome in the long run. So that's some of my thoughts on faith. And there's Scott. Scott, I appreciate you. Scott, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Lou? How you doing today?
I'm okay. I'm glad to see you around. I hope things are going well for you.
But of course, I'm in
What do
my
you what do you
philosophical
have back
armchair
there?
listening to you. It's my
What do you have
philosophical
back there?
armchair.
Is
Oh,
that a
back here,
flag?
it's a makeshift curtain, really, just to kind of conceal this back window showing the backyard. So
Ah,
I've got a
you're
little
in
concealment going.
you're in your home.
Yeah, the
Well, that's
philosophical armchair.
it kind of looks comfortable. Maybe you're some sort of a king.
Yeah, it makes me have that kingly feel, and I've got the little, I'm propping my feet up and everything, so it's relaxing, man. It's addictive. I could sit
You
here all
know,
day and
it was great the other day to meet your sister online. I really appreciated that.
yeah, she said the same thing about you. She's like, "Tell your friend I said hey, and it was a really nice meeting him. He seemed like a very nice person." I'm like, "Yeah, he's really cool." So yeah,
Well, I was shocked when I found out that you were also involved in music. And do you
yeah.
still do that stuff or no?
Oh yeah, like I sell like if I'm not licensing my tracks out to like publishers and labels and people that want to use the music for their commercials or whatever, I'll usually sell my little tracks on my band daggone, what's the name of it? Bandcamp. There's a Bandcamp.
Band
It's like
camp.
a yeah, it's where a lot of independent musicians kind of upload their music and sell it, and then the site will sell your music. You can sell it for whatever you want, and they take a little, maybe 10 cents out of it, and then you recoup the profit. So yeah, I put up music all the time. I created like a little niche category on one of my little projects or monikers, and so I've just really been focused on that because if I try different styles of music, I don't know, the algorithm doesn't pick it up because I've invested so much time and energy into this one genre that everybody, when they check for my name or whatever, is going to keyword right into that genre, and that's the stuff everybody's checking for. So if I put up like say some slow music or rock music or something, everybody, we're not trying to hear it. But if I put in this other stuff, this other crazy music I started creating, everybody's like, yeah, that's what we want. We want that crazy stuff right there. So it's like sometimes the projects take you in places you wouldn't see yourself, but it's fun because you get to learn a new genre, you get to learn a new discipline, and it's just fun seeing people appreciate it. So that's what I do. It's just for fun, like a little secondary way to make some change. But
But I got to ask you, are you doing that like you're writing a song, just putting together a song, and then do
yes,
you produce it at all, or is
yep,
it very rough, or
yeah. I
how
just
are you
produce it.
doing that?
I have a little studio in one of my rooms here, and so I'll compose the music with my instruments, and I've got a recorder, like a digital, mixing board, and so all the tracks go into the mixing board, and I can mix it down and master it and overlay vocals or guitar riffs or whatever a musician wants to come in and put down with it. And so I'll do that. Sometimes I'll pay a little musician, a couple bucks to come in and play a part that I imagined in my head about a part. And so it's really creative. I mean, I don't play guitar like I want to. So the only thing I really do is I'll do some vocals. I write the keyboard part. I do everything in my keyboard, in my keyboards and stuff, and have it tracked out and everything. And so that's what put me into the electronic music sort of vibe because it's so easy to, it's accessible. You got your electronics. Everybody can do it from home. If I was like a rock musician, I would need a different kind of studio where I could, mic up a drum set and vocal booth and all this, specialized stuff to make it sound right. And that costs a lot of money, unless, you're just a guitar player and you want to, mic your guitar up and play it into your track, recorder. That's fine too. Just depends on the level of recording that you want to get to, is how much money you'll spend in recording equipment. But to be honest, Lou, with today's technology and the software they have, everyone's got access to $1 million studio, really. So it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has changed. You know, you can record right out of your house a lot easier than it used to be. When you write a song and put it out there, are you selling it to an artist maybe who wants to change it or wants to make it their own? Or what kind of person would be looking to like buy a song from you?
Yeah, so it's a person that would want to make some kind of money. Like one time, about a couple years ago, 2 years ago, um, I submitted a song to the Grammys, and I was working with a Grammy-nominated songwriter. He wrote a bunch of country songs, rock songs. He actually used to be the CEO of Avon back in the '80s. Remember Avon? He used to own
Avon, you
that
mean
whole
the perfume and stuff?
the perfume. Yeah, he was like he's from New York, upstate guy. So he's like into all kinds of business. He's a fast moving type of dude. So he's was all involved in businesses, different businesses. So anyways, one time he knew a label CEO that I knew in New York that I used to work with all the time. I continually work with this guy. His name's Curtis Urbina, and he wrote like a string of hits. Was an A&R director for a bunch of big labels up in New York back in the day. Like really big movers, these guys. And so they knew each other in passing and doing business over the years. But anyways, he had and Mike Greenlee is the name of this Grammy nominated songwriter, right? So he had won a Grammy again a couple years, maybe a year before he met me. He made a big Billboard hit and Grammy nominated song, I think back in 2019. And so he was trying to write, and submit more stuff to the Grammys. He really had a great experience with it and everything. And he was like, I want to do that again. But all of his stuff kept getting shot down. So he's like, the people, they want me to make dance music. They want dance music. Electronic music is real popular, pop music. So he got with Curtis because Curtis is the one guy he knows, veteran in the music industry, and he went to his studio and was like, "Hey, do you have any producers, anybody who can help me? I'm trying to win the Grammys again next year, man. I got to get a singer together, but I really need a producer, man." And so Curtis was like, "Dude, I got just the guy for you." And he pulled up my demos, and he said, Curtis called me, and he was like, "Yeah, we were sitting around. He was asking for a producer, so I turned him on to you." And we were sitting around for an hour, kind of just listening to your tracks, going through everything. And the guy fell in love with your music, man. He's like, really wants to meet you. And I'm like, really, Mike Greenlee? He's like, yeah. He's like this big Grammy nominee. I said, I know who he is. Like he's winning Grammys in like country music. And so I'm like, what does he want me for though? And he's like, well, he's trying to do electronic music. So you're the guy who does the electronic music. So I'm like, I got just the guy for you. So maybe you guys can figure it out. And I'm like, okay. And I call him, man, and we get to talking, and he's got this big vision. He wants to make it, I want to do something positive for the world. I want to make the project more about like coming together, like we can come together. And I've heard some of your podcasts, and I've also heard your music, and I think you're just the perfect guy for that because it sounds like this is something in your vein. And I'm like, yeah, I'm all about positive. I'm all about the electronic music. And so we started working on it, and then we found this other girl, this lady, female. She made a string of hits. She's like a big time songwriter, and she's more of a rock lady, like a rock vocalist. And so we all got together, and we even teamed up with this other songwriter who had made a whole bunch of string of hits with like Whitney Houston and all these other people. And she gets involved, and she wants to write like maybe the second verse or the third verse, or and so we all collaborate, and we're able to split all the proceeds, evenly, and we put the shit out there, submitted it to the Grammy nominating people, and it made it. It actually made it was nominated. It was put up on the Grammys, but it didn't win. It didn't win first place, but it did nominate, and it did. We got it played on like all of these cable. Like I think there's I forget the name of the show, but there's this show that uses the soundtrack that we came up with throughout their series, and it plays on I think Netflix and something else, and it's kind of like a kid show or whatever. But they play our soundtrack through the whole for every episode, and we get paid publishing for that. And so that's why, if you want to know why do people seek out like producers or seek out publishers to do things, like what's the point? This is why, so they can actually put some creative license out there that they can start making money forever. Because once it's written, copywritten, published, and out there, every time Netflix plays it or some other outlet plays your music, you're going to get paid every month for that, or every quarter rather. So
Now,
that's what it's
when
for. They
you're
just, yeah.
on your tracks, are you putting vocals on them? Or do they have lyrics?
Yes. So that's where the lady that was the rock vocalist, she came into the studio, and Michael Greenlee paid for her to go to New York and lay the vocals down in the studio. And then what I did is take the vocals and just chop them up. Like I have digital software, so I can cut it up, chop it up, and arrange it, make it sound crisp and clean. Then I send that stuff back to them, and then they run that into an even bigger studio. Like, this guy, Mike Greenlee, he knows everybody, every major recording studio in New York City. So he goes to those big guys and gets them to master it and even do extra stuff. Maybe we just need a little guitar sound in this one little part, ding ding, or whatever. He'll get all that done, and then at the end you'll have a complete song. And yeah, it's a great process. It's a very creative kind of process. And it's so much easier these days, because back in the day, they would have to fly me out to New York City to go in the studio each day and work on my song and do all this stuff. It's not like that. Now I can just put it all together in my little studio at home and just send the digital files off. It's
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's been like that a while now, and
mm-hmm,
that was a big change when it came up. With wave files, and you can send files, and people can work from their own studios,
yep,
and
yep,
it made the music business change a lot. I mean, I remember when it was like transitioning into that.
yeah,
Because a long time ago, you had to go into one studio and have all the players there, and they're all recording their little parts in the one studio. And
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
it's changed a lot. And I'm amazed that you're really that into it, and you've been into it. Did you ever work with your sister? Did you ever like co-write things and stuff?
Yes, we have songs together. We've released them commercially, even with that label I was telling you about with Curtis, the big guy from New York. He liked my sister a lot, and he's recorded me and my sister and put out some stuff on us years ago. I've also worked with my brother in a rock band. We had a real heavy rock band when we lived in Germany. And I used to be like a lead vocalist on that. I was the lead vocalist on that project. And then we had a German producer who was just a kick-ass guitar player, was just killing it. And then my brother, he's like this real strong rock vocalist, really grimy voice. He's really strong in that. And yeah, we worked together. We made all kinds of songs together and did all kinds of fun stuff. And yeah, it's just fun, man. It's a great outlet to have. It's a rough, it's a very rough and tough industry. You're going to get a lot of no's. You get a lot of rejection, a lot, and you're hardly ever going to hear any positive feedback. So it's just all on you to just be in it for the right reasons, just be in it because you love to do it. And I don't ever, and this is part of the, the non-dualist thing helps me because it used to be one of the hardest part was when I'd submit my demos to have to listen to the criticism and hear the no's. It's like, I don't want to hear it. And you get enough of that, it's just very tiring, waxing on your motivation and everything. It's horrible. But once I've embraced like this principle of unattachment, I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'm good. Great. The
I think
downside is you don't ever want to send your demo. You don't really have a need to send anything out anymore. That's the problem. You don't really search for the work like you used to.
I
And
think
you
that
learn something.
you have to if you're an artist, I think you have to be detached from outcomes of what certain people might
Yeah.
think of your work because the whole thing is of course subjective. If I listen to a song and I love it, another person might listen to it and not get anything out of it.
We'll
So
see.
it's just
We'll see.
that type of thing.
Me and the CEO of that label, we used to have a problem with that conversation, Lou. You're
Yeah.
just telling me something that was very sore topic. Because sometimes, like sometimes as an artist, like me, for example, say I create these songs or this song, and I feel really strong about it, and I'm usually very easygoing about what songs you like, and I understand the principle. It's all subjective and this and that, but there's some songs that I feel like I put my all into it. I put all my effort. I put my foot into that song, and it's well thought out, and I don't see any problem with it. And I know that I'm pretty good at gauging what songs are going to hit off really well. I'm usually really good with that. Like I can tell this song right here is going to do well. So when I make a song that I feel like is going to be well, if I work with somebody at a certain amount of time who's seen that progress and we've worked together, I think they should give me the benefit of the doubt. But what happens is sometimes I'll come up with one of those songs that I feel strong about and I'll submit it to Curtis. And he'll be listening, he won't really say, and we're usually when he doesn't say anything, it means he's not really impressed. Like he won't go out of his way to say it's trash or garbage. He'll just kind of like not say anything and say, "What else you got?" He'll say something like that. And it's like to me, I've known him long enough to know that that's an offensive sort of thing, right? So I'm like, wait a minute. So what's wrong with the one I sent you? And he's like, well, this stuff is subjective. You feel strong about it. And so the argument was always, yeah, but if it's subjective, how do you know that you're not the one that's projecting your subjective opinion on it? Like you're trying to have like what is your standard? Like it goes back to that preacher again.
Yeah.
What is your grounding? Like,
I think
so we have
I
that
think that
argument.
anyone who's honest would have to admit that if you're working at a record label or in that business and you're looking at a project someone did and listening to it, I think you to be honest, you have to say this is my opinion,
You got to. You got
because
to.
look at how many hit songs were turned down and people didn't like them when they went first through maybe the first label and
Mm-hmm.
nobody really cared for them and then they became like number one hits later on.
It's
So
always, it's always like, and I told Curtis that. I said, dude, It's always like that. You have to trust me on this one. And so we'd always get into these conflicts. But see, I also, out of my music industry stuff, I used to do I still have the channel up. I just haven't really interviewed anybody lately. But I had a channel called Electro Live, and so from all my contacts in the industry, I just brought them all on and did interviews. So there was like 2 years straight of me just doing interviews every week with different artists, different big name electronic music artists, or vocalists or producers and people like that. And every one of these guys, that was the thing they always said. It's like, dude, it's like this one guy was from Nucleus. I don't know if you remember them, but they did a real big song called Jam on It back in the 80s.
I remember that song.
Yeah, Jam on It. So I knew that
Yeah.
guy that wrote that song and that performed that song. And before he made Jam on It, though, he made this other song, their first song, which was Computer World. So Computer World was their, or actually Computer Age. I'm sorry, Computer Age was the name of the song, and it was a hit. That's why they were able to come out with Jam on It and all this other stuff and become these huge hit makers back then. So this guy, he came up with Computer Age, and he says, "Man, I knew when I wrote that song, we have a hit. Let's just go. Let's just go to Manhattan, and let's go talk to all these record labels off, was it 12th Avenue or wherever the hell it was, and let's go through them all. And everybody that we went to, garbage, trash. I don't want to hear it, man. What else you got? All of this kind of stuff. We got nothing but negative feedback. Like, you'll never do anything with this song." And he goes, and this was really wild because I'm thinking, man, this song is a hit. And he kept at it. And finally, this one label, really small startup label, picked it up and released it. And it just blew their Sunny View Records, blew up off it. And then Jam on It came out. And then they became like a top 40 hit sensation. They came up with all these string of, albums and stuff. But he was telling me, man, it was like, man, it's brutal. I went out there and we just hit the pavement back in them days, and we just knocked on doors.
Wasn't Jam on It from the 80s?
From the 80s, yeah.
That's what I remember it. I think I used to hear it in nightclubs. Long
Yep,
time ago.
nightclubs, top 40 radio, jam on it, all of that.
Yeah.
It was a little jam at that time. And they've come up with a few, and I've interviewed a lot of people like that came up with these, what you call these one-hit wonders, like these songs that blew up at the time. And just the stories, you start to realize why they're one-hit wonders. Because, in everyone's mind, you would think, well, they're one-hit wonders because they came up with one good song. No, that wasn't even the first song they came up with. Like, that's just one of their songs. That's the one that they put out first. Like, there's like, these guys are able to make lots of songs like that. But because there's like in-house fighting, there's problem with labels, there's problems with interpersonal problems within the bands or within the group themselves, that usually ends those projects. That's usually why groups end up dissolving. And believe me, those stories are like just horrible stories, man. I've heard all of them, and they're just, god damn, like, fuck. Like, I'm kind of glad I didn't make it that big, like, because some of these guys are like, man, you're kind of glad you didn't make it, because if you'd have made it big like us, it's not like you think. And then when it goes away, because you've invested so much of your identity and so much of your life work into your music, that's all you are, that's all you have, just to be in one day and out the next for no good reason, for some bullshit, it's traumatizing. And then all the shit you went through to get to that final traumatic ending is not worth, none of that was worth it. Like, I interviewed the Two Live, remember the Two Live crew?
Yeah.
So like, they were just rap, they're like a rap group down there in Florida, where you're at, down in Miami.
They were a pretty big group, pretty big They were big at one time.
Huge, man. And you would think those guys were rich from day one, the way they were just blowing up and changing the culture and everywhere. They sued the the Supreme Court, and they won their case for freedom of speech and all of this kind of stuff. They made headway. Well, interviewing the people that were involved, listening to the story, you hear stories about, dude, we would be on the bus, sitting on the bus with nothing to eat the whole week. He'd probably give us like $5 during the week to eat. And you've got other groups on there like just popping bottles and stuff like that. It's like, here we are. We're the 2 Live crew. We're like, we are the group right now. And we're like eating, crackers and potato chips for lunch while we're on this hot tour bus. And our manager's taking all our money and doing and living extremely extravagant, and all these horror stories and violence that went on. Like, it became very violent at times. And yeah, it's just crazy stories, man. And I'm like, wow.
Do you remember?
You never think about that stuff.
Florida, when the boy bands were big with the guy Lou Pearlman, and he like started the Backstreet Boys and In Sync,
Ozone, yeah, Orlando
back then. But he was discovered
O-Town
to be very corrupt. He was doing a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
And
there's some bad guys out here.
Yeah, the music business for me.
So many bad guys, man.
I was working the music business, but just for my daughter. It wasn't like something that I never could play or do anything like that. I just love music. But I got into it with her when she was a little girl. And we worked really hard. I mean, it's one thing I say for her. She worked very hard, through the years. And even when she was very young, she worked hard. Like she was working like a professional would work when she was like 12 and 13 years old, She was going out, performing and recording and doing all the things that a professional would do when she was very young. But we never broke through, that thing where, you're hoping to get the big break, you're hoping
the big break. Yeah.
You're hoping to find something that really, really pushes you through. And we never got that. So she eventually went into the Christian stuff. And that's the same thing. I mean, the Christian stuff is totally a business. There's nothing more to Christian music than any other music. It's a business. And in that business, there's a lot of politics in that business, I mean,
all of these, and you're talking about faith, and when you're in the music business trying to really make it like that, it really does feel, at least it feels like you're really putting out a lot of faith in yourself, because you have no evidence at all that you have any spark of a chance to make it in this industry after you've talked to everybody, these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people telling you no, no, no. There's no evidence on the table. The only thing you have is this belief that you can do it. You can make it. So you kind of have something that feels like some kind of faith. But at the end of the day, the faith label really doesn't make a lot of sense, even in that case, because sometimes having faith is what's screwing you up in that industry, because you're not taking a critical examination of yourself. You're not saying, well, maybe I'm part of the problem. Maybe my music isn't up to par, or maybe I'm not meeting the right people. There's like a number of things you could go through to explain why you didn't make it, that have nothing to do with anything that you may think it does, that you're falling short on, because you're not thinking about that. And so really your faith is what's screwing you up, because maybe you should have less faith in yourself, and you should be more critical and skeptical and approach it in a more logical way. Like try to look like there's this one preacher, Tony Day. He goes, he's an atheist now, and he said, what really got me is this is something you see all the time, but just one day it just clicked for me. It's like I'm sitting there listening to this, she's coming to church, everybody's, testifying about their issues and their problem, and the church tries to come together to help, each family member. And you've got this one old lady that's in there crying about, I'm going to get evicted at the end of this month and I need money to make it and it's too much money to ask. I don't think there's even enough money for me to ask that would help at this point, and blah, blah, blah. And so the whole answer was, well, we all need to get together and pray, and hope it goes away. And the problem, and God will make it, will figure a way out. And then she did that and she felt better. She felt better. But then she met this other parishioner, another guy who happened to be a lawyer. And he got with her and started talking to her. It's like, well, you do know in the state of Florida, you're not going to get evicted just because you didn't pay your rent this time. You can set up a payment plan. Like you're under your law to do that. And she goes, oh, okay. So they tried that and then it worked. So then the next Sunday, oh, God was great. God saved me from and then he goes, me as a minute. And at that moment, it finally clicked for me. I'm like, wait a minute now. God didn't do shit. This happened because she got good information that I didn't really have. And I knew to myself, when we were in that situation, I myself was trying to figure out what can we practically do to help. And I just didn't know. And I didn't know about the law and this and that. So I know it wasn't about God, it's about this information,
Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
she would have had faith, she didn't need that information. She didn't need that because I have faith in God. I don't need you to tell me if she would have took that route, she might not be in a house today.
Yeah.
You know what I
No,
mean? So
here's something I remember when I was a Christian, and I was a Christian a long time. It wasn't like a quick little thing. It was many years of my life. And I remember praying about all different types of situations. And, I would pray about everything. You hear someone is sick, well, you pray for them, because you did have this faith, right? You believe that God can move mountains. All right. And after many years of this, somehow I came to realize that it just didn't matter if I prayed or not. There was nothing that the prayers were actually that I
right.
could say, well, look, my prayer did something, because most of the prayers go unanswered. Most of them do. They come and go, and whatever happens, you prayed for someone to get well and they passed away, and you move on. All right. But prayers never did anything when I look back on it. And when I finally started like questioning things, and then looking at, like even for yourself, I was trying to serve God. So here I am, I'm running, trying to serve God and giving him my all, trying to do things that I thought God would want me to be doing. And then something would happen in my life and I'd pray, you know, Lord, try to, can you help me here? And honestly,
Yeah.
he never helped me. I mean, now as a Christian, you look, oh, well, the lady next door helped me. Well, that must have been God, right? But in reality, it's not God. It's someone who did something, and I started
Yeah,
realizing
yeah.
that I needed to do things. That became my mantra for a
Yeah.
while. It's like, don't pray anything, just do things. Because when you do
Yeah.
things, you actually can get something in return, you know. But the wishful
Yeah, and
thinking,
yeah, the wishful thinking is a setup for failure, and it's a big time. It'll knock the wind out of your sails if you're not careful. And On the other hand, like if I was to be honest with you, like there's ways that you can take your from cognitive strategies rather than anything else, and rather than faith or magical thinking, you can have cognitive strategies that can either be helpful or they're not helpful, right? And so, like for example, this was really weird. Like, and I did this just funny because we were talking so much on the show one time about prayer and the power of prayer, and they kept talking about, oh, you got to pray, you got to, these Christians, and we were debating about it for a long time. And then, I turned my computer off, and the computer never came back on. And I was like, well, damn. And then I tried for days to fix it, had people look at it. I was like, man, I can't afford to go buy another computer, change outlets, did all this kind of stuff. And for days, it was down for like a week, almost 2 weeks. I was without a computer. And then so I have this conversation about the prayer and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, let's see how this works then, guys. In the name of Jesus, my computer, please come on, right? And I push the button and the damn thing comes on. And they were just laughing at me. What was that again? What did you say? But, and I'm thinking, damn it, the universe has to work so weird sometimes. It's like, because if I pray any other time, nothing. It's radio silence. I pray this time, it happens. And if, and it's like that. And it can leave you with a feeling because of the way that I guess humans think and the way that we're wired up. It would be very easy for me to fall into the trap of thinking, oh, prayer does work. This was proof. That would be me counting the hits and not counting the misses. What about all the times you pray and nothing happens? What about the times, why did the computer get fucked up in the first place? Like there's a lot of other questions you can ask, but people don't really think that way because they're not very critical. They're not skeptical. And we all kind of want to believe that there's this magical place and we're being focused on by some God or some magical spirit that's looking out for you. He's looking out for you. I know things are hard, but there's a reason for it. So just keep on doing what you're doing. You're doing good, champ. It's that kind of thinking. And sometimes this is what you call a cognitive tool where you can use that kind of thinking to keep yourself going. Like I know when I was talking about hustling the music, stuff like that, you have to have some kind of anchor to give you confidence that what you're doing isn't a waste of time. You've got to have some kind of belief, that's sort of, you're pulling yourself up by your bootstrap. You don't have anything maybe to really point to, but you do have this willpower and this positive hope, that maybe you can make it after all, and
I think
that's a strength
real.
because
Yeah, I do.
that's real. Yeah,
I think
that's a strength.
true. And there are things like conviction, which is what I was thinking about before. I mean, it's good to have conviction and to have a belief in what you're doing, believe you have a chance at success, all that sort of stuff.
Right.
I mean, I think that's wonderful. So I don't think that's biblical faith, though. Biblical faith seems
Right.
to be like just believing stuff without any evidence to suggest it's real. It's like I
Yeah,
just that
and with
part of it is
in the way I interpret the Bible, I always look at what is the main point in all of this that they're trying to really point us to. So the Bible writers are really just pointing to, look, believe in Jesus, be a Christian. That's the whole point of the New Testament. So all of those stories, all of these anecdotes about faith and hope and this and that, all of it's to move you to start believing Jesus is God, and put your faith in him so you can be saved. That's the whole point. So of course they don't want you looking for evidence, and they don't want to emphasize, how to practically do things. They want you to say, look, believe in Jesus. Oh, you're having a hard day, believe in Jesus. Oh, you're rich, you got it made, believe in Jesus. It's like whatever your situation is, that's always conclusion.
He Jesus
And it's
becomes
like
the
Geo Sam
answer.
says, like, why to everything, yeah.
Jesus becomes the answer to everything when you're in that mindset. You know, I remember seeing bumper stickers in the
Hmm.
70s that just said Jesus is the answer. And you would say, well, answer to what? And people who had those bumper stickers would say everything. It's the answer to everything, you know. But that's
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just not true. You know what I'm saying? It's just not true. You know, you want to
It's
get
not
a
helpful.
career going as a doctor, you're gonna have to go to med school. All right. Jesus is not going to appoint you to the hospital, you know, and make you a surgeon. You're going to have to do the work needed to be a surgeon, regardless of what you believe. And the atheist or the Muslim or any other religious doctor who went through that process is going to get the job over you who are just praying. Not gonna work.
No, not going to work. And people people really get confused about a lot of this stuff because a lot of Christians would agree with you, and they would what they I could hear a Christian now saying, "No Christian thinks you don't need to go to med school to be a doctor. I'm a doctor. I went to med school and I'm a Christian, so I already know that you got to go to school." Like he's just blowing this out of proportion. But all you're really doing with that statement is you're testing the consistency, and that's what they're not doing. For them, it's faith. It's all about faith on Sunday in church. When you're talking, it sounds good on paper, but I guarantee you, in every other part of their life, faith has very little to do with anything that they decide to do in life. Everything has to do with what did I find out works and what did I find out don't work. And that's what I'm going to be going off of. They go off of causality and logic just like we do. It's just that don't test their premises. They're not testing their metaphysical, um, claim that all you need is faith. All you need is faith. Faith is the evidence. It doesn't make sense even when you look at their life, when you look at the way they live their own life. Nobody flies by faith. Everybody works based on what they know. They're not going
Yeah,
to jump off mountains.
it's not a realistic way to live your life. I mean, I wrote down the passage from the Bible, Mark 11, verse 22 to 24. I
Hmm.
mean, this to me is the epitome of just something that is not true. It's objectively not true, and yet people still believe it. It's Mark 11, 22 to 24. It says, "Have faith in God." Jesus answered them, "Truly I tell you, if anyone says to this mountain, go, throw yourself into the sea, and does not doubt it in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them. Therefore, I tell you, whatever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." I mean, that seems very
Hmm.
clear. I mean, how else do you read that Jesus is saying, if you have faith in God and you pray for something to happen in your life, it will happen. He doesn't put like a disqualifier in there. It's like very clear this will happen. But
Not at all.
I realize now that that's just false. I mean, that's not how it works. It doesn't work that way for Christians. All right. Never has, never will, but they'll still use that verse over and over and over. It's like that verse is simply not true.
Hmm.
You know? And that statement comes
It
from
looks good
Jesus.
on paper, though. It sounds,
I mean, if
yeah,
only life
yeah.
was like that, right?
And
If that if
what
that's
kills
how
me is
life
all
works.
the
I mean, if
Oh
life was
yeah,
like
there'd
that,
be no
my
there'd be
gosh.
no reason for persecution.
I mean, every Christian would have everything
Exactly.
that they want, or everything that is in God's will, right? I mean, but I mean, it's just,
But then they
it
also
become to me
tell you that
nonsense.
the world is full of rags, that this is dirty rags, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
it's
it's all nonsense. They'll say on one hand the world is, they'll say the world is full of is just dirty rags. It's not this life that matters, it's the next one. This life is supposed to suck. You're supposed to be divided with your own family and hated and all of this kind of stuff. People will persecute you. Like if they persecuted me, they're going to persecute you. You have that message, but at the same time, if there's anything you need, though, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. And it's like one of my old preachers used to say, Jesus says, if you ask for anything in my name, so it shall be done. He didn't say some things. He didn't say one thing. He didn't say two things, and he said everything. And he's emphasized everything, but then no one would bother to ask, then why the fuck aren't my bills getting paid? Why,
exactly.
why am I still in this wheelchair? It's like,
I
you're
know.
lying to me. Stop it.
Reality sets in, and I think reality is the enemy of religion. You know, if you live in reality, it's very hard to be a religious person because religion seems to me to
Yes, it
be
is. And
going away from reality. You know,
well, it seems to be like a coping mechanism for a lot of people. They'll look at God and their religion as a way to cope with reality because reality is so harsh. When things don't work out the way they want, oh, it's God's will. It's not my will. Let God's will be done. Okay, fine. Well, if that's true, then why pray in the first place? If he's going to do what he's going to do, then what's the whole point of praying? He's going to do what he's going to do anyways, with or without you. And some people will say, well, the prayer isn't for him, the prayer is for you. It's for you to put that out there and then see what God's going to do. Yeah, but it's got a 50 chance of either coming through or not. That's the odds on prayer, as far as I know. Now, they say, and I've got to look this up, there's people now claiming that there's been prayer studies that show that prayer actually works um, past statistical chance, which I don't know if that's true. I have to look it up. But I remember the last time that they did this big prayer study, it was like a 50-50 chance that, which is what they would expect if it didn't work. So
I
I
think
can't
I
really
think the
speak on that
new
now.
I think the new prayer studies that I encountered that were used by apologists were really not a study that would be valid. It's like it goes into a lot of woo woo, like, well,
Hmm.
we asked so many people who prayed, and did they receive any benefit from it? And I think people themselves could have a psychological benefit from prayer.
Hmm.
I
Sure.
do think that's very possible. I mean, it makes you maybe refocus your mind. There's things that I think could be positive about prayer, but prayer is not answered. And that's the thing that I think is very clear from the data. It's not actually answered.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
Atangelo is here.
what do they call it? Inter. Oh, okay.
Have you
Cool.
ever met
Hey,
Atangelo?
D'Angelo, he's in the live chat. Okay, cool.
Have you met him?
Yeah, actually, yeah, we sure have. We've even had a group. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've even met on my channel, and you were there, I think, as well, if I remember right.
Well, I'm going to let
And
Atangelo in,
yeah, he's a real
and
nice guy. He's okay.
I like Atangelo. I don't consider him a
Mm-hmm.
person who's angry. He's a pretty good guy,
Right, right.
but always disagree with him.
Yeah,
But
very
I
reasonable.
love love hearing his arguments. So let's see
Oh yeah.
if Atangelo has something new to bring. Hey Atangelo, how you doing?
Hi guys, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Otangelo?
Good, good. Everything all right, and you guys?
Doing
I'm doing
good. I'm
good,
doing fine.
Atangelo.
Okay, let me just adjust the audio here. It's a little
So
bit low.
Atangelo, do you pray
Yes, of course.
every day or once in a while? Are you like a prayer warrior?
No, I'm not a prayer warrior. No, I'm not. But I pray frequently. Normally in the morning when I wake up.
Now, give us an idea of what you pray for or about or anything. You know, what is the like what are you praying about or for?
More daily things, daily needs, things which I need to solve. You know, yeah.
Now, are you using that as an inspiration for your day? Like to refocus your mind on the things maybe you have on your table that day? Or are you actually wanting to like get God to do things on your behalf?
No, I believe absolutely that God acts on my behalf as it is written in the Bible, and I see this happening.
Do you have an example? Because I really I'm open to hearing what you think is an example of how God may have done something in your life that you said, "Wow, this is he really acted on my behalf."
Well, maybe something which I think is, I would say, quite remarkable is how I met my wife. And it is interesting that I think I even told you about this story in the past. We had some interactions here, and um, she comes from a very conservative family, from a Christian family, and they had a close friend, which is a prophet, and he came to my wife's house, and he prophesied to her and said, very soon there will come a man from not from this city, and he will come with a car with this color. He gave the exact precise descriptions of me, and when we met, then she knew that I would be her future husband.
So
So
that was the prayers of somebody else, right? Like somebody got a message from God, and God told this person to communicate this with to you and your wife.
yes, I think that's usually how it works with the prophet when he becomes a vision or something
Like the
from
Blues
God, and then,
Brothers.
or an inspiration by the Holy Spirit, and then communicates that. Yeah.
I gotta ask Otangelo because I try to go deeper. And is there a reason? Because this is one of my big questions, so I'm going to ask you directly. Is there a reason you think that God, being a person or a being, has to tell other people what to tell you? Because I don't get that part of it. It's like why doesn't God just come to you and tell you something directly? Like what's the necessity of a prophet that God is speaking to him to tell you something? That part is far out to me.
Well, I don't think that it was something that the prophet had to say to me. It was something that he assured to my wife, and it gave her more certainty because I was a stranger from far away. Um, where I live, this is a very conservative society, and when someone from outside comes, they are kind of suspicious when they don't know the person. And I think it gave her more security in regards of my person.
Well, the thing is, I'm sure your wife fell in love with you, right? I hope. Right? Is that
Well,
fair to say?
normally that is the good reason that two people marry, right?
And you fell in love with your wife.
Of course, yes.
Okay, now if the prophet came, instead of telling your wife something positive, said, "Oh, you got to beware of a man that's driving this type of car," would your wife have been justified to say, "Tangelo, take a walk. I've had it because the prophet told me otherwise"?
Well, these are kind of always what if questions, which I don't think are um, very good to answer. So, yeah.
But it is an interesting question, isn't it? And
Of course, we can make up any kind of answer. What if and what would be then? So I don't know if we can clarify something by asking such questions.
well, have you ever asked God like to reveal something very specific to you that you felt, wow, he did that. He did exactly, what I was praying about.
Well, it happens very frequently that I have some kind of thing that I try to solve, and then I get to my limit and I pray and say, Lord, help me out. And I've seen it very often that instantly after I pray that what I am seeking to solve, I find a solution.
But we don't know if you could have found the solution without prayer. I mean, that's the part we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Lou, if you are asking me if I can give you some kind of absolute certainty or proof, of course, I cannot.
Because I oftentimes am frustrated. I'm not able to get something done, but I'll hang in there. I'll stay with it, and then something might turn around. Now, when I was a Christian, I would have said, "Oh, well, God did something." But now that I'm not a Christian, I just look at it as the way the world is. I mean, sometimes I might give up and sometimes I don't. And sometimes I might get a positive result and sometimes I won't. And it's just interesting to me, like how the Christian mindset is attributing everything to God. It's like God shuts one door and he opens another, right? I hear that oftentimes. But isn't that true for everybody? I mean, isn't it the same thing for every person, whether they are praying or not?
But I would be always careful to make generalizations because I think each individual person has a different way how to express, to live its faith in God, and some may act as you just say, and some others probably not.
Can I ask you, Tangelo? Because my good friend Gio brought up something about the role of a wife and what a wife is. Um, what do you think a wife is? Like, is a wife something that you would go to the Bible to define, or did you and your wife create your own relationship?
Well, a relationship, of course, is always a construction, right? And uh, there are so many different aspects that could be mentioned. I think it is difficult to do that in a few words. But the relationship, of course, is very complex, and in many cases, it requires also some kind of work. But I think dialogue is essential, fundamental. Also trust. Yeah.
Well, I think dialogue and trust is vital to any relationship. You know, I mean, there's
And
a
in
lot that you and
particular,
I agree on.
yeah, in
You
particular
realize that,
in
right?
marriage, these are fundamental things. If you cannot trust your partner, then the very basics upon which marriage stands is on shake, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is you and I agree on a lot of things. That would be one of them. If you're going to have a relationship with somebody, you'd want to trust them, and you would hope that they trust you. And that goes beyond religion, though. It's like that's just something that would apply to every relationship, I would think. All right. I'm wondering if there's anything specific to your faith that has made your relationship better than other people's.
I think that my wife, she is also an evangelical Christian as I am. And I think that expressing our faith together is something which strengthens our relationship a lot. And it is also something that contributes in regards of each one trusting each other because we share the same principles, moral principles, and so forth. And this is very important to know that we have both the same basis.
I think that this is a big part of your relationship, and I can understand that. So I wouldn't criticize you for having that as something that is foundational in your relationship. Where I what I question is why that would be important to everybody's relationship. Like the last thing I would ask myself if I'm going to go into relationship with somebody is, are they Christian, are they Muslim, are they Jewish? That's, or atheist. That's like the last thing I would be concerned about personally. So I don't,
Well,
it's a
one
matter of
one
priorities, isn't it?
well, one of the things I was thinking is that it depends on how a person approaches the marriage arrangement. Some people see that marriages, as defined in the Bible, is really just a cultural thing. They're just looking at a particular culture and a particular time. This isn't God's rule. This isn't how God tells you you should conduct your marriage. Like this structure is just culture. And so a lot of people say that these biblical codes, like say, for example, like inheritance, right? Numbers 27, 1 through 8, for example, the daughters of Zelophehad. I can never pronounce her name. They didn't generally inherit land, as women. Men were to do that. And this reflected like an agrarian economy. Property stayed tied to male lineage, right? And there's a lot of stuff like that in the Bible that, if a rapist rapes a woman, the punishment is he has to pay the father so many shekels of silver to make it right again, you know? And like, so women were kind of looked at as a form of property, even daughters, to males. But, a lot of Christians will validly have these. Like, this isn't prescriptive. This isn't God's command. God isn't saying that this is how women should be viewed. Actually, it's just God was working within the culture of the ancient Hebrews. They already did, and people already lived this way. Like, for example, in Christian, those same laws changed over time. And so Christians didn't really go by those old laws. You know what I'm saying? Or not even laws, those old cultures reflected in the Old Testament. Because, they will argue that when God, he releases you from all of it. What he's releasing you from isn't culture, he's releasing you from the law. So you can still see your woman as property if that's your culture. It's not like an anti-Christian thing, but there's no prescription that to be a good Christian you have to see your woman as property, or you can't own slaves. Like, you can own slaves if you're a Christian. God didn't prescribe slavery, but he didn't condemn it either. So some people look at it that way. I don't tend to look at it that way myself, but a lot of people look at it that way. I'm just curious if Otangelo, if you view like the marriage arrangement in the Bible more as just a cultural description rather than the way God wanted it to be.
Well, the marriage is something which has been established, in my understanding, by God right from the beginning when He created the Adam and Eve. Right, so it's the backbone of society from the very beginning, and it was instaured by God. So,
Well, a couple of things, Atangelo. One question came in for you because you're the lone Christian here. So I'm going to ask you, all right? Came in on chat. Is there anything that would make you personally mistrust God, that you would say, I'm finished with this, God? Is there anything that he could do, or you would think he could do?
that's a good question. I've never thought actually about this, so I would first have some thoughts about it before I could respond.
Well, that means it was a good question, right? It is a good question, though. It goes to a lot of things. I mean, in the Bible, we had Abraham and Isaac, right? Abraham was willing to, you know, cut his own son, to destroy his own son. He was willing to do that, although God, at the last second said, no, you don't have to do that. But it seems like the God of the Bible wants you to be willing to do anything, and that would include killing children, etc., etc. And I'm no longer there, so I mean, how do you feel? I mean, would you be willing to do anything if God came and told you to do it?
Yeah, I don't think that God would ask me to do these things. So it's a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, but he did ask people to do these things. Not you specifically, but he did ask people in the Bible to do these things.
Yeah, but I don't think that he would ask me to do such things. So I can be quite relaxed about this kind of question. I don't think he will ever ask me to do something like that.
Those are scary questions. You don't want to ask questions like that too much, anyways, because those questions are leading to one answer that we all know what that answer is. So,
Tangelo,
sometimes it's better not to go there.
Tangelo, do you consider your wife property? I'm not sure, so I'm asking directly.
What do you think?
I don't know. I really don't know. I
Well,
would tend
but
to
for
think
the
you
little
would.
that you know me, I mean, I've been a few times already here on your channel. For the little that you know me, what do you think?
I think you wouldn't consider your wife property.
Yeah. I would say no. Yeah, I'd say
But
no.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I mean,
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, no, I don't.
well, I appreciate that. I think it's better better for you not to think of your wife as property.
And to be honest, I don't know any Christian that thinks that his wife is his property. I've never met one.
Yes.
I have met
We've had a
Christians.
few on my show too.
Yeah.
And
You have.
Lou is familiar with those. Lou was even engaged in a couple of those conversations, and so we know they exist. Now, whether they really feel like that or not, I can only take them by their word.
Yeah, you encounter Christians out there, Atangelo, who do think that their wives are property. So it is something real. I mean, there's a lot of Christians that lately I'm encountering that are really far out in their beliefs, and they take it to more of an extreme than I think they did even 10, 12 years ago. Like there's some Christians I've encountered that will tell you that slavery is perfectly okay. And if we had slavery in today's America, that would be okay. I mean, there are Christians that say that. There was one really big Christian influencer that made those statements just recently. And I don't remember his name. I just was seeing it out there, you know.
Yeah.
And
And
there would be nothing
Hmm.
in the Bible that would say that's a bad thing, right?
I mean, slavery is such an often and hot discussed topic by atheists, and many use it as a justification to reject the God of the Bible, you know. And I had several conversations and debates already on this. Uh,
So what is your take on slavery in the Bible? Like what is it you feel it's about? Because we've all read the Bible, at least here. I know Scott read the Bible, I've read the Bible, you've read the Bible. So we know that there's stories about slaves and masters and stuff like that. What is your take? Is God okay with it or not okay with it?
what I think, Lou, is that whatever God does, he does it to absolute perfection. Absolute perfection. There is, in my understanding, since God is holy, just, righteous, loving, good, there is nothing that he does that is not right. That's my stance. And if I don't understand something, then I just say, I don't understand it.
So when God said it was okay to own slaves and to beat them as long as they didn't die within a couple days, you think that was absolutely perfect that he said that?
Well, I would be careful in making that claim. You should show me exactly where that is in the Bible, and I would go and study what is actually meant by that, in what context was it said, in what society, what was the norm back then. I would ask many, many questions. I would try to inform myself as much as possible in regards of that topic. To be honest with you, I've never done that kind of study. So I don't think that I would be the best person to give you a qualified answer to you.
Well, here's the thing that I find like troublesome for me when talking to Christians. Um, when they have a they often have a problem stating what they think. Like I would think you would have a problem with slavery. Maybe you don't, but a lot of Christians they'll run away from a question like that because they'll say, well, whatever God says is absolutely perfect, like what you were saying. All right. So then if you say, well, when it says to do this, when it says to kill all of the children in a particular region, is that good? And Christians will struggle with that. And then they'll often say, well, I'm going to go talk to another apologist, and maybe he has some insight to how I can answer these questions. But around here, Atangelo, all is fair. You could ask me any question. I don't have to run to Matt Dillahunty to tell me how to answer it. I'm going to
That would
answer
be
it
a
for myself.
bad idea, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I had a
I'm going
question
to
though.
answer a question for myself. And you know, do you think there's anything wrong with owning another person as property? Do you think
Absolutely.
something's wrong with that?
Yes, I think it's wrong.
So,
And I
so
think
you
that,
disagree with your perfect God?
no, I don't disagree with my perfect God. Absolutely not. And I don't think that my God thinks, as you phrased it, that slavery is good. The first and the
Wait a minute.
second command in the Bible is
My
very, very clear, Lou. It says, love your God with all your heart, with all your strength. And right next is the second command, love your neighbor as yourself. And
Otangelo.
that includes all people. And if a slave, in the past, a slave owner uh, did beat and badly treat a slave, then God is not okay with that.
My Holy Spirit detector amulet is burning. So we've got a problem here. Ow!
I mean,
No, what's going on is slavery. So if you feel that slavery is wrong, that means that you also believe God allows things that you feel are wrong. So somewhere there's a disconnect because you said that you agree with everything. You agree that everything God says and does is perfect. Yet you disagree with the allowing of slavery. So I'm not sure how we can reconcile that.
I think
Unless you're
this is a
going
very,
like maybe
yeah, I think this is,
divine command theory, perhaps, like because God is the one who's the arbiter of what's right and wrong. An action is good because God commands it. An action is wrong because God forbids it. So he's the ultimate source of morality. I guess maybe what you're saying is some things you see as wrong, maybe God is smarter than you and knows that it's not really that bad.
yes, I believe that.
Yeah.
I,
so
I start I start from the premise that God is all knowing. I am not. I see things from a limited perspective. He doesn't. And if he sees it differently, then he has good reasons to do so. Maybe I don't understand them.
Okay. So you do know that you're denying your moral autonomy when you do that, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, like moral autonomy means like a rational agent can recognize for themselves and act according to what they know to be to be moral or not through their own reason or conscience, not just obedience to a command. So, in other words, like in Kantian terms, maybe autonomy is the capacity to legislate moral law for oneself through rational understanding, not the submission to an external will. So morality comes from inside instead of coming externally. So that's what moral autonomy is. Moral autonomy is when your morals come from inside you and not from external, you know.
Yeah, I mean, as I believe that God created us, He gave us also the moral sense. So ultimately, the moral sense comes from God, and of course, God is moral, and in His nature, He is good, and He is morally perfect.
So
And
what happens if our moral conscience flies in the face of God's moral declarations or allowances? Like say slavery, like obviously all three of us disagree with slavery. We think it's bad. But then we see God in the Bible allow it and even put sanctions around it, like how you should do your slavery. Um, how do we deal with it then? Because now our God given conscience seems to be in conflict with the morals of God.
yeah, as I responded previously, I really have not delved very deep into the topic.
Mm.
I know that very often atheists, they use it even as a justification to reject the God of the Bible, because they think because of slavery, because of genocide in the Old Testament, because of all these stories, the God of the Bible is not trustworthy, not worthy to be worshipped, that he is an evil God, that he is not good. And they use this line of reasoning to reject the God of the Bible. I've seen that many
Yeah.
times.
And that would be, for me, that wouldn't be a complete good reason for me. And I'll tell you why. And it sounds common sense. It sounds like then what you're describing is a good person recognizing something bad in a book, and so they reject it, which I understand that. But just on the theological grounds, like on the theological thing, I think it should be judged through its own standards, not ours. So, in other words, for me to say Otangelo is bad, I would have to set the standard, and then I would have to see if Otangelo's meeting the standard that I met in order to say he was bad. So I think we're doing that with the Bible. When we see the Bible say slavery is allowed or something like that, we have our standard. Our standard says never allow slavery. So we judge the Bible and we judge the God of the Bible against the standard we made. But can we judge the Bible from its own standards? Like, that's what we should be asking. Is there an internal contradiction to the Bible? Because that's what would disprove it. Not our standard doesn't disprove anything, because that would be our subjective opinion. Who cares? We're looking for an objective standard. So if we go to the Bible, well, the one thing that I have a problem with is the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. Well, if you love your neighbor, you're not going to make him a slave. So that kind of like is a conflict with the allowance of slavery. Just like you wouldn't allow murder for the same reason. You don't allow the other laws like stealing and stuff like that for those very same reasons. So why is it that slavery gets a pass? That's always been my issue. And the conclusion I came to is because slavery was just the normal way of doing transactions back in the day. That was how people did it. Everyone owned slaves. There was nothing abnormal about it. It's kind of like us today. We're watching cable TV every day. Everybody's watching cable TV. God allows cable TV. Well, maybe 2,000 years from now, they'll learn that watching cable TV was not very moral. It was kind of bad, you know. But hey, we don't look at it as bad in today's life. So what's the big deal, man? So that's why God allows it, because what's the big deal about slavery right now? It's normal. Now 2,000 years you guys will think slavery's bad. And so then I'll have to change my mind maybe, you know. And so now Christians say God does not like slavery. He says we should love our neighbors as ourselves and all of this kind of stuff. So it's evolving. So one thing we can say is, like, you know how the Catholics will say, well, you're looking at a snapshot in God's own evolution. Like back in the Old Testament, you're looking at how God had revealed himself up to that point. But now he's revealed himself through Jesus Christ, which is a whole different paradigm, which is a whole different evolution. And it's going to always change. God is always going to be the good guy because he's always going to fit the standard, you know. But I guess the question is, are we setting the standard or is God setting the standard?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I think you have answered basically what a Christian would say, that back then it was a societal norm in very different nations. It was just normal to have slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, what the Bible tried to do is to organize it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, Atangelo, I got to ask you this because I've thought a lot about the slavery thing and the Bible, you know, and a lot of people say, and I could understand it, that slavery was a thing and it was accepted in that time. And I don't think there's any disagreement on that. Yeah, it was accepted at that time. All right. But we're also told that God doesn't bow to cultures. All right. That he is not one that is accepting of one culture over another. All right. And yet we see God, if you look at the history of biblical slavery, we see God bowing to the culture. And that is contrary to most of the teachings about God. All right. Why does God bow to the culture of that time and say, well, okay, it's okay for you to own slaves as long as they are foreign slaves and as long as you don't beat them until they're dead, that's acceptable. Why? Because it's part of your culture. Right? I don't get it. It's like this God is so weak that he can't stand up against slavery when you know that you and me and Scott, we stand up against slavery. So I mean, God was too weak to take a stand on slavery. He had to regulate it because
There
why?
was no other
Because
way.
culture
There was
was,
no other way.
you know,
They'll say there's no
and
other way.
well, what do you say, Tangelo, about that?
Well, we
Why,
have
why does
also
God bow down to that culture?
yeah, we have also an interesting episode where I don't remember if it was a Pharisee or something came to Jesus and asked about separation of a woman and a man, right? And that person came to him and said that it was a rule that if a man wanted to separate, just giving a separation letter and done, it's solved. And then Jesus, he answered, well, God has said it's okay because of the hardened heart of the people, because in the beginning it wasn't so, right? So we have other examples where God takes into consideration what the predominant culture and inclination is of a certain society. Now, if that is weak, or if this is wisdom or whatever, that's difficult for me to judge. But
Well, I
again,
think I would say
I always hold to that view that I'm limited. God is not. He knows better how to do things. I don't feel and think that I am in the position to judge God's actions.
why why aren't you in a position to judge God's actions? That's the part that I don't get. I totally am in a position to judge God's actions, to judge your actions, my own actions, because I'm an independent agent and I'm able to decide for myself. All right.
And
And
God's morality is subjective.
oh yeah, of course. But I'm curious, like why do you, Atangelo, have to bow down to whatever God says?
Precisely because he is God and I am his creature. I am below him. It's the
So
very
so
nature of the situation.
okay,
Yeah,
so
it's a slavery situation, to be really honest with you, and a lot of Christians hate to admit it. At least Otangelo's very honest about it. Like, and I know he's mentioned before, like even the Bible talks about us Christians being slaves, for Christ. So there's slavery, and God is a supposedly, he's not a harsh master. He's a loving master. He's someone who has saved you. He's forgiven you your debt. You just have to enslave yourself to you know to him through Jesus Christ. So that's one of the things right there that sets the difference. And I guess like for the thing Otangelo said about when they asked Jesus about the separating from your wife, divorcing your wife, you just sign a paper. He allows it because of the harshness. I wonder what Jesus would say about slavery. Like, could a slave go free? And would Jesus say, yeah, you don't have to wait till Jubilee. You don't have to, If you're a foreigner, you can walk free, even though it says in the law that you can be handed down as property to your kids for indefinitely. But I wonder if Jesus would say the same thing, like, well, because it's only because of the hardness of your heart, but actually you can let your slave go. I wonder if that would apply the same way.
One thing that is very often overlooked in these discussions is the fact that never in history there have been more people in a situation of slavery than today. There are huge numbers of slaves in Pakistan, in India. They work in brick factories, and they have debts with their masters which they can never pay back. So they will be an entire life in a situation of bond slavery. And in Africa as well, so many places which are outside of the Western civilization that we are hardly aware of. Slavery is still very, very normal. And even
Oh
in the
yeah.
United States, I mean, there is so much sex traffic going on, and um, girls from poor countries being smuggled to the United States and being explored. So it's actually a huge worldwide business which goes on today. And I
And God
remember there
supports it.
was,
God supports
of
that, though.
course,
Like
of
God,
course,
God isn't against that.
I really disagree with you on that, Williamson. I think that God, he wants the best for all of us. And he is not happy about this situation. And I mean, in the past, we know there were so many Christian movements which, driven by the first and second commandment, they were strongly against slavery. And the movement of abolishment in the United States, it was promoted by many, many Christians, precisely based on the foundation of Christianity. So
Well, I guess
Um,
the question is, well, if God is unhappy about the slavery, is it just he's upset about the way people are doing slavery, or is he mad that it's even happening to begin with?
I think that God is loving and just. This is his nature. And anything that is not loving and just, God hates.
Yeah. So in that question, like if slavery was done appropriately, like if slavery was done like the good way, as outlined in the Bible, that would be considered a loving regulation of slavery, right?
I don't think that the term love has any correlation with slavery.
Neither do we, and I guess that's the problem is that we're trying to figure out why is it that God allowed something that wasn't very loving, as you pointed out.
Again, I think that this is a question which requires a nuanced answer. And with that, I mean that several things have to be taken into consideration, and any simplistic answer may not do justice to that question.
Gotcha. So it's kind of it's complicated. Okay, that's fair enough. Um, just to be honest, I don't think Lou or myself have ever heard a really good breakdown of how allowing slavery is a loving thing. We haven't encountered that yet. Every Christian we've ever talked to or heard about has had that same what they call problem of evil, and especially in this one because this one's kind of like where God knows of slavery, just like He knows of murder and stealing and homosexuality and all of that. And just as He knew all of that stuff happened, He outlawed it. He said, "No, don't do that. That's worthy of being stoned to death." But owning slaves, that's allowable under these certain conditions that I create for you. So I guess the only argument that I can sort of think up would be maybe slavery's really not as immoral as we tend to think it is. We just
Mhm.
tend to think it's immoral because of the way they do it, the bad way of doing slavery. But if slavery was done in a biblical way,
Mhm.
maybe then it wouldn't be a issue at all. But because we're so indoctrinated into this view of transatlantic slavery and all of this kind of stuff, we don't see the chattel slavery in the Bible as all that bad or all that different. And in fact, maybe it is. That's the only kind of argument I could hear someone maybe try to put forth. But it opens up a lot of questions, and it would just drag on forever, because then it would be like, well, what part of chattel slavery is good and what or allowable and what parts are not? And that's when we have to really go into the text and dissect it.
Yeah, Tangelo, it's very strange to hear somebody like yourself say, "Well, you don't think slavery is a good idea, right?" But then you worship a God who specifically said, at least in some circumstances, at least in some cultures, that it's perfectly acceptable. Now, there's a contradiction between you and God on that.
I really don't know if how you worded it, if we can find that in the Bible. Again, I would have to read the specific passages in the Bible which talk about slavery and then study it eventually in the original language, was what is actually meant by it, taking the cultural context into consideration and so forth. And then eventually trying to come close to understand the whole situation.
Now, if you were shown or you did your homework and you concluded that, yeah, it was God supporting chattel slavery in some circumstances, and you don't support that, are you willing to say that God may be wrong?
No, God is never wrong.
Well, if that's the case, if that's the case, I mean, you can justify anything.
You can take it however you want, Lou. But I think I made my initial view and standpoint very, very clear. Right? If you want, I can repeat it. If I think it would be boring to repeat what I already said, but if you like, I can say it again.
Well, I heard it, and what I'm hearing, and tell me if I'm mistaken, because it seems very clear. And Scott, you tell me if I'm reading this wrong, but isn't Atangelo saying that whatever God does or commands is always perfect,
Yes,
regardless of if he, you, or I think it's not, all right, or if half the world thinks it's not, it does not matter, because if God says it, it must be correct. And that's just you living under an authority, Atangelo. That's all it is.
Yeah. You can frame it however you want. You can classify my view however you want, but you are completely right. I see it exactly like that, and I have no shame to admit it. Yes, I believe that whatever God says, commands, does is perfectly good, loving, righteous, and perfect.
Now,
Everything,
now,
anything.
if that's the case, and I accept that, and I've met people who say the same thing, all right. Actually, I actually believe that's an honest answer on your part. All right. Because ultimately, that's the only way to look at it, really. But are you then willing to say that you would do anything that God told you to do, whether that's kill children, um, own slaves, or whatever? Are you willing to say that you would throw your own values away just to serve a God, because the God is always correct? Are you willing to go that far?
I don't think that God will ever ask me such things. So that's a no-brainer for me. I have absolutely no problem because I don't believe that my God will demand such things.
Well, he
Yeah,
did
because
in the
by
past.
definition, see, with Otangelo, by definition, whatever God says, whatever he commands, whatever his thoughts are always good. So we are the ones that are bad. We're the ones that think it's bad when God says it's good. We're the ones who do that. And so where Otangelo's coming from is he has faith that God knows better than what he may think. And so when you ask the question, would you be willing to lose your values for God's values? Well, if your values are incoherent with God's values, then you should be, right? Like if your value is to eat babies like atheists do, or you know, kill people, and those values are not part of God's values, are they? So you should get rid of those values if you're a Christian, because a Christian is going to get rid of all those worldly values, and he's going to align himself with God's values. And see, the way we're coming at it though with Tangelo is like, we understand what you're saying there, because I was there at one point. But the only danger is what happens when the values are bad, are wrong. Then you'll be in a position to say, well, I don't know, because all I know is whatever God tells me is right, is good. So if God tells me to kill all the Jews or do something horrible, it's going to be right. It's me. I'm the one that's wrong. I'm the one who's looking at it as wrong. But who made me God? Who made me the judge of what God's ideas are? So that's the problem we see, is that this allows Hitlers to be born and Nazi fascists to do their damage. That's the only thing. It says everybody in every different religion feels the same way about their God. When they flew those airplanes into the World Trade Center, they did it because they thought God thought it was a good idea. So they did it. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, for me, the first and second command, they are very decisive, very important. I identify with them. I think many good things, the construction of our modern Western society has been done precisely based on the Christian values which are in the Bible, and that has provided the foundation for a better society with the foundation of hospitals and universities and art and so many good things.
Well, Atangelo, when Christians do good things, I'm happy that they're doing good things. All right. And I encourage Christians to do good things. And if that means they're going to build hospitals, I'm all for it. But I also think for myself. So if Christians are going to do things that are wrong, and wrong according to me, because I just got done having a conversation with a Christian apologist about this. All right. Yes, it's according to me. That's how I make decisions. All right. I think it's wrong to do certain things. And I'm willing to say I think it's wrong. But what I see in
Well, look, the thing is that
Christianity,
we actually talked about this in another conversation, and I think I made it pretty clear that I understand that you think certain things are wrong, but if you want to live consistently upon a naturalistic atheistic worldview, then you cannot classify anything as objectively wrong. It is just your opinion.
here's the thing, Atangelo. When you say that, and I hear it all the time, I do, from Christian apologists, because they all seem to read the same stuff. They all read the same stuff, right? But when I hear that, all right, I what I don't get is, why shouldn't I make my own decisions? Why shouldn't I make my own judgments?
You
What
actually
would
should,
be the
because
reason I'm not supposed to
we
do it?
have actually a mind which is precisely designed to be able to make free decisions. So I think yes, you should do that, and we all should, because that's how we think and reason and live, right?
So God shouldn't hold that against me, should he?
No, of course not. Why should he? If he is the one which gave us free will, why should he put that against you? No, you have free will. We all have, and we should exercise it.
So if I choose to disagree with the God of the Bible and I outwardly do it, and I do, and you know I do, all right, is is God going to punish me for disagreeing with him?
Well, what does the Bible say? You've certainly read the Bible. So.
We all know what the Bible says on that. I think it was just being a little rhetorical, but yeah, that's the thing, and and like Evie down in the comments, Evie's retired says, "I'm not trying to convince you. I know what I know. I just want everyone to go to heaven. One day it will be too late." She has her own personal proof. She would not be here now if God wasn't real. I promise you. These are the things people believe deeply, and it's the way that they interpret their experiences of life. They experience God doing great things in their life, and they just want to be helpful. I think they want to really save people from what they perceive as a real danger, and they may not understand where folks like me and you are coming from, Lou, because we think deeply about these things. Like that's the way we're wired up. Like, we're very logical. We try to connect all the dots to make sure they make sense, because we look at the long run. Wait a minute. If this is true, this means I'm going to be investing my intellect into it. I'm going to be investing my energy, my time into it. If I'm going to do all that, I have to do it sincerely. If I'm going to do it sincerely, then I have to truly be behind this stuff. I have to really believe it and know it is the truth. And so I think people like Evie's just don't understand that level of wanting to be sure, because they're already there. They're already on the other side in faith. They're like on the other side saying, I made it. I have faith. I'm happy now. I'm a believer. I'm saved. Now I want to turn around and pull people in with me over the other on the end. But they just don't want to let go because they're so stubborn. They don't think they can do it, or they don't believe, or they don't want to believe, or they want to sin. They want to do all this kind of crap.
I think that if the naturalistic no God worldview is true, then nothing matters. But if the Christian faith is true, then God and Christ is what most matters. That's how I see it. And if you disagree, that's fine. But I think the universe doesn't care about your life, how you live it. It's indifferent. And if that is all there is and nothing else, then we are not more than just moving molecules, nothing else.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, and the thing is
if your worldview is true, then there is no wrong and right. Then that's all there is, just moving molecules, nothing else. And whatever you come up with moral values, well, that's just an illusion, because it's just something which is in your mind. But again, externally, the universe isn't conscious. It doesn't know and doesn't care about human beings and their affair.
Then there wouldn't be anything wrong with reality just being molecules in motion, because there'd be nothing wrong or right, period.
Yes, exactly.
Angelo, you said something I totally agree with.
Yeah,
that the universe doesn't give a darn about me or you. I agree with that.
But that's the state of affairs. If indeed there isn't a loving creator which cares about human affairs, right?
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean,
the question is not if it is okay or not. I am just portraying what it is, right?
Yeah, so, I accept
If
that.
that is the state of affairs, nothing really matters. I mean, you can say that things matter to you, but if you look deeper into the state of affairs, there is nothing that really matters, because tomorrow we will all be molecules again.
So if nothing matters, then is that the fact that on atheism the universe doesn't matter? So if that's the case, is that like a defeater for atheism in your view?
No, but what I see very often is that atheists, they borrow from the Christian worldview because they cannot bear it to live in a world which doesn't make sense. So they construct it and live upon Christian values while they have no grounding and justification to do so.
And what's wrong with
Hey,
that?
on time, gentlemen, I have to go to
Yep.
work in like 10 minutes,
Oh,
so I just
hey,
jumped in
objective.
really fast. I'm sorry. I have to get out of here, but this is actually something I've studied a lot about when you're talking about ethics. So before I
Mm-hmm.
explain to you what's wrong with your argument, and I'll do it very politely, sir, can I just ask you for your personal view? Do you think that logical contradictions can exist? Can the ball be red and not red at the same time? On Tangelo, do you know
Tangela,
what a logical
Uh,
contradiction is?
yes, of course. No, no. I think it's not possible to have a round square or a blue
Exactly.
red.
Exactly. So in that case, your subjective worldview, which is what you've got with Christianity, is subjective. Objective morality is the only logical conclusion, and it doesn't require anything to justify it because it's objectively true. I can give you the syllogism for it if you need me to. But basically,
Well,
you run into a
before you
logical
get,
contradiction. You're saying
well,
when you're saying that God is good, and then you're saying that God can promote or condone slavery. That's a logical contradiction. Both of those cannot both be true. Slavery cannot be good. Slavery is objectively wrong, and there's an actual syllogism to explain why slavery is objectively
Mm.
wrong. So a lot of atheists or skeptics do think that morality is subjective. I believe, even though I'm an agnostic, I understand that morality is actually objective, right? Human survival is dependent on human well-being. Human well-being is dependent on virtuous actions. Virtuous actions promote cooperation of individuals towards a common goal. Cooperations of individuals is necessary means of human flourishing, right? Virtuous actions are a necessary precondition of human flourishing. Ethics provide motivation for virtuous actions. Universal ethics provide universal motivations for virtuous actions. Therefore, the conclusion is ethics are objective, right? Because they are the ethics are objectively virtuous because logic is necessarily universally consistent, and ethics are grounded in logic because something cannot be both ethical and not ethical, P and not P.
yeah,
So slavery can never be.
I disagree entirely in practically everything that you just said. Because
Yeah, we could pick
precisely
it
of
apart.
what I just because precisely because of what I explained previously. The universe doesn't care about human flourishing. The universe doesn't care about human well-being. The universe
The
doesn't
universe
care
doesn't
at
have to
all.
care. The universe doesn't
Yes,
have to care in order for.
and if it is
So
all
universal.
there is, and if it is all there is, then indeed it doesn't care. And if it doesn't care, then it doesn't matter if humans flourish, if they are being well or not. It is
It
entirely
does matter.
indifferent. And
The evidence
anything is
shows that it does
entirely
matter.
indifferent because there is nothing above us which actually cares about that.
No, the evidence shows that you're absolutely wrong, brother, because the universe doesn't have to care in order for there to be human flourishing. Look at evolution and look at the way species survive. Look at the way that things evolve, that life forms. Even if you don't believe in macro evolution, look at micro and societal evolution, right? When somebody throws a person who can't swim into the river, 99.9% of the time, they are going to struggle with all their might to get out of that river because we have an what they call the instinct survival or the survival instinct that is within every single living creature. The fact that we look to replicate, and that's what causes us to evolve and to continue to thrive, That's just a fact of life, right? Every animal wants to eat when they get hungry. That's just a fact of life. These are demonstrable facts. It's not about opinions. The universe doesn't have to care. This is simply the way the universe is set up. Philosophers such as Aristotle and even religious philosophers such as St. Thomas Aquinas have accepted this. They call this the natural law. So if you would like to have a more
Okay, I
in-depth
see.
discussion and pick apart
I
each of the
see it that
premises, I'd
way.
love to hear what you have to say, because you said you
Is this a
disagree with most
monologue or
everything.
what? Is this a
Well, I'm just letting you know,
monologue?
I have to go to work. That's why I'm throwing this at you. I have to go to work and leave this, but I just want to leave you with that, because everything you said is completely illogical. And if illogical contradictions can't exist, then God cannot be good. Slavery cannot be good under any circumstances.
Mm, that's a pretty powerful argument, though.
The thing is that for me, the essence of moral values is based on ought to be's. And if there is no entity which says what is right and what is wrong, then your construct of morality collapses, and then there is no morality whatsoever. And if there is no God above us, which establishes what is right and what is wrong, then all we are left with is with subjective opinion. And then in the end, if you go lower than that, it comes down to there is no morality whatsoever. All there is just opinion, nothing else.
No, you've missed the argument, brother. The argument is it's actually tied to evolution. It's tied into science. It's tied into propagation, which we just called flourishing. That's the demonstrable fact that it's tied into. That's the grounding of it. So it needs to be logically consistent. If you're saying it's subjective, you run into a logical contradiction. If you're going to tie it to God, you're not even getting something subjective. You're getting ultimately what's called divine command theory. But even that runs into a logical contradiction, because God cannot be good when God tells Saul to go kill all the Amalekite women and children. God cannot be considered loving when he drowns everybody with a flood. Jesus cannot be considered loving or good when he condemns the Pharisees for not stoning their children, their disobedient children, according to the Mosaic law. I mean, I could go on, but you run in, these are logical contradictions. It cannot be both ways. Either slavery has to be good or slavery has to be wrong. Murder has to be good or murder has to be wrong. These are universal transcendental principles. Ethics are. They're not just
Yeah.
subjective on a whim because I think slavery is good or I think slavery is bad. That doesn't work.
I think what you completely miss is that God is not only good and loving, but He's also just. And of course, that means that upon His righteousness and His sense of justice, He has to judge. And He does so. So there is not only love, there is also justice. And that puts
But
everything into an entirely different perspective.
no, it doesn't, because justice is actually one of the virtues, right? I talked about virtues in my syllogism. Justice is part of a virtue. And so justice and love must also be part of the same virtue system of virtues. And justice is not burning everybody in hell for eternity because Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit. That's not justice. Justice is not saying love me, acknowledge me, or I'm going to punish you. That's not justice. You would never treat your children in this manner. You would never accept our justice system to be based on this type of a manner and call that loving. So you've got a contradiction. These contradictions cannot exist. Something has to give.
Yeah. I believe that I am condemned for my own sins and not for the sins of Adam and Eve.
I understand that and I appreciate that, but being condemned for your own sins, this is not justice. You're calling it justice, but you need to articulate how burning in hell for eternity is justice for any sin you may have committed, even if you're Hitler, and I don't think you are, but let's just say Hitler, for example. Burning in hell for eternity is not justice for killing millions of people. At some point, justice has been served.
Yeah. You know, the thing is that the question is not about how long is the punishment for sin. The question is, what is the size of your sin? And it's a difference if you do wrong against an authority or if you do wrong uh, against someone which has a minor position. And God is on the absolutely highest position whatsoever. So Also, another example, the sin isn't measured by how much time you take to commit the sin. So you can kill a person with a shot with a pistol in a fraction of a second and get a life sentence. So that is also not a parameter to measure the size of your sin. But I
Of
think
course it
that
is. When you're talking about eternity, of course it is. When you start talking about eternity, justice is completely irrelevant. There is no justice for an eternity of anything. It makes literally no sense whatsoever. That is not the definition of justice in any dictionary that you look at. Look up the word justice, look up the virtue of justice, and what does it actually tell you? Justice is that perfect medium between revenge and when you placate something, right? So just to ignore a crime. When you take revenge for a crime, or you just to ignore or placate a
Yeah,
crime,
mercy.
right? Justice is right in the middle there. That's the golden mean that Aristotle was talking about, right? With the virtue ethics. So there's a standard that's laid out in philosophy quite clearly, and in the books, in the law books, quite clearly. And the standard that you're talking about just doesn't fit within there. You're creating your own standard for justice, and it doesn't even make sense. And again, it contradicts the concept of love. It contradicts the concept of ethics. You've got multiple contradictions, and contradictions just cannot exist. So something has to give.
yeah, I mean, you can make up all your own judgment however you wish. I accept the Bible as ultimate authority, as God's word, where He establishes what is not. And there it is very clear in Romans 3 that none of us meets the standard which an absolutely holy and just God demands from us. So we all missed the mark, all of us. And we cannot save ourselves upon our deeds and our good doings because nobody's good. And it is only possible by what Christ did for us. There is no other way. I mean, that's what I believe. I take the Bible as my ultimate authority.
And I appreciate that, brother. And I'm not trying to tell you you have to believe this or that, but I'm just letting you know that you haven't gotten around the contradictions as I have laid them out to you. So you might want to consider in your arguments addressing those contradictions instead of falling back onto particular Bible passages and beliefs, which are beautiful. I'm sure there's a lot of beautiful things you could say in the Bible. And my wedding vows were, well, I think that was First Corinthians in chapter 13, right? Love is patient, love is kind, kind of stuff. So there's a lot of beautiful things you can see in the Bible. But if you're going to say something is true, then you should have it grounded in logic. Objective ethics, as I have laid clearly to you, are grounded in logic. And if you'd like to have a deeper discussion when I'm not in such a hurry and you can actually address any of the premises, because you said you disagree with everything I said, but you didn't actually refute a single premises. Now, I threw a lot at you. I respect
Well,
that,
I
but
think
maybe you and
that,
I could have a more.
yeah, I think that the mere fact that you are able to use logic, which is not something material, is evidence that there is a logical creator which created human beings which also are able to use logic um, to have an exchange of a dialogue and information. You cannot have a dialogue and information without that, without using these things of logic. And I don't see how you can breach the uh, passage from a merely physical matter universe to getting beings which are conscious, self-conscious, and can use logic and can communicate. There is, in my understanding, a huge gap which even Einstein has outlined, which cannot be breached. And that goes into the problem of the origin of consciousness. So I think the mere fact that you are able to recognize and use logic to form a sentence is evidence that there is at the bottom of existence a creator which is conscious, personal, and uses logic.
I respect that very much,
Transcendentals.
and Scott is well qualified to talk to you about the hard problem of consciousness while I go to work. But I will just let you know that just because we have what we call the hard problem of consciousness, asserting a God is called the God of the gaps fallacy. So again, you're making a fallacious argument right now. You're not helping your case whatsoever. If you have to make a logical fallacy in your argument, then your argument is fallacious, and you should just
Yeah.
discard it and come up with a different
No.
argument, because you've
No,
got the
I
hard
use.
problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
I agree, but when you throw God in there without a mechanism to solve the actual problem, it's an assertion. It's a definition, right? That's a definitional fallacy. I mean, I could go down a list of fallacies that you've just committed here. Not trying to attack you personally, but your argument is fallacious, right? So
Yeah.
that's just a
Yeah.
fallacious argument.
Yeah, I disagree because I don't use God of the gaps, but I use abductive reasoning to the best explanation. We have two competing hypotheses on the table. One is naturalistic, the other is theistic, and we try to find out which of the two propositions fits better the evidence or what we observe in the natural world. And I think that naturalism does basically explain nothing consistently, while theism actually explains all the variegated complex phenomena which we observe in the natural world.
But it's not an explanation, it's a claim. It's an assertion. That's not evidence. That's nothing
No,
but that's not even an
the
argument. That's a
evidence is
fallacious.
the evidence is the natural world which demands or requires an explanation, and we have two competing possible scenarios. One is that everything is natural. There has not been any being above us which created everything, and the other hypothesis that is that there was and there is an eternal, powerful, conscious, personal, intelligent creator which sustains everything and upon which everything was made. And I think that everything, really everything, is well explained by a creator, while basically nothing of these phenomena is well explained by the no God hypothesis.
But you've explained nothing. You've just inserted a creator. You've only added more burden of proof to your claim. Now you have to explain how the creator actually did this. You have to actually evidence that that creator even exists. You've got so much more heavy lifting to do, but because you're probably not formally trained in informal logic, you don't understand what the God of the gaps fallacy is, because that's exactly what you're
Okay.
literally the definition of the God of the gaps fallacy is what you're actually doing. Oh, God did it. Well, how did God do it? You have no idea.
Okay.
See, that's why we're
Okay.
stuck with
Two
the hard
things
problem of
here.
consciousness. You're just
Okay.
asserting
Two
that God
things.
did it.
Yeah. Yeah. You insist in the God of the gaps, and I will refute it right now. The beginning of the universe requires a cause. The cause is best explained by a creator. The universe works based on physical laws, which are based on mathematics. A mind can instantiate mathematics and laws. We don't have any evidence that the non-mind can do it. The universe is based on fine-tuning. We know that an intelligence can fine-tune things to reach a specific goal. We have no example how chaos and chance can do the same. Life depends on instructional, complex, specified information. We know that I, at least as a machine designer, that's my profession, I am able to put a plan, a blueprint on paper, which can be used as instructional information to make a machine with a specific complex purpose. I have never seen the contrary, that chance and chaotic events can do the same. I know that
And
a
that's
cell
two
is a
fallacious
chemical
arguments. You've got the
factory. I
ontological,
only know
you've got
of
the
factories. I
ontological
only
argument.
know of factories
Yeah,
that
you've
are
got
made
two
by
arguments there.
intelligent minds.
I know.
So
I've
I
heard them
have
both.
given
You've
you
got
at
the what?
least 7
Yeah,
or 8 reasons why I think that intelligence explains these phenomena which we
yeah.
observe
I
in
know
the
you've
natural
combined
world.
two different arguments there. You've got the ontological argument, which is the universe had a beginning, and that premise number one is false. I'm going to hand wave that away because something can't come from nothing. The universe is something, right? Therefore, we always had something. That just dismantles your first premise of your first argument. The second argument is called the watchmaker argument. And that's actually a straw man fallacy, because we know who builds computers because we have computer engineers. Nobody said, not you or anybody else said, oh, we have a computer, therefore God must have built that. So that's another fallacy. So your arguments are just simply full of fallacies, one way or the other. The universe has
No, you
always
just
began.
several fallacies right now. What I am using here is an argument from comparison. You have here two phenomena. One is a computer, which is software and hardware, which works based on software. And we know that humans, intelligent engineers, they can instantiate software to make a computer work. On the other side, we have a natural phenomena which works based on the same principle, software and hardware. DNA is a hardware which stores instructional information, which is the software, but we do not know empirically what the source is. Now, if we have two similar phenomena, on the one side we know the source, then it is very hard to attribute a different source to the phenomena which we don't know the origin of. So it's more than logical to say, okay, if we see DNA in the natural world, it's logical that that leads us to the cause, which also must be intelligent. Now, you can falsify my claim by showing any example where random events instantiate instructional information, which then can be used to make a machine
Oh,
for a
absolutely,
specific
absolutely, absolutely, we can, because randomness is actually part of the evolutionary theory. So now you're going to have to debunk the evolutionary theory, because you have uh, random mutation, right? You have inherited traits, and you have environmental pressure. Now, I'm not an evolutionary biologist, and I do have to go to work. And it's been a great conversation, by the way. I appreciate you having a great attitude and listening to what I said seriously. But that's a fallacious claim right there. This is all discussed in evolutionary biology. So you're saying that now DNA is like some kind of a computer code? That's actually where the straw man comes into. You're saying this is a design and a creation. That's where the straw man comes in. You can make an analogy, but analogy can, in fact, be a straw man. The analogy has to be somewhat applicable. So until you say that God created that computer, your computer analogy is, in fact, a straw man.
Well, the problem is that you do not have evolution prior to life starting. And in order for life to start, you need DNA. So you cannot explain the origin of DNA upon evolution if evolution depends on DNA and all the machinery which is in the cell has to be there in order for you to have self-replication and then eventually evolutionary mechanisms. So the origin of life, which DNA and the origin of information, it is a problem of the origin of life and abiogenesis cannot be
Abiogenesis has been
explained by
addressed.
evolutionary mechanisms.
Abiogenesis has been addressed. Look at the Hugh Miller experiment, for example. Look at the RNA on clay experiment. This has actually been addressed. Everything you're talking about, there have been studies to refute what you're saying. And I'm not the evolutionary biologist, so I'd be quote mining right now if we were having a formal debate. But I give you my word as a brother. None of what you're saying has not been addressed by evolutionary biology, including abiogenesis. And again, even if you say if you want to hand wave that away and say God did it, that is a fallacy. You've got to provide the mechanism. Just saying God did
Well,
it isn't getting you out of that fallacy.
Well, the thing is, if you actually search my name on Amazon, you will see a trilogy which is called X-Ray of Life. It's 3 books. It has close to 2,000 pages. There I list close to 2,000 problems related to the origin of life. In volume 1, I lead with the problem of chemistry, the problem of getting RNA, DNA, amino acids, phospholipids, how they can come together. And you will see that what you just brought on the table has no plausible scientific explanation.
See, I have
All
a
right, let's take
different
a look at it,
approach.
brother. Thank you so much for a great conversation. I hope you gentlemen have a great day today, okay?
Yeah, man. We'll talk to you soon, Objective.
Thanks, Objective.
I'll see you Saturday.
All right. See you then, man. Looking forward to it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Brooklyn,
Atangelo.
it's always good. Yeah. I wanted to chat with you. I meant to send you an email. I've been so busy at work.
Yep.
I'm sorry, brother.
No worries.
Atangelo,
Mhm.
you had said before this long conversation that you felt that life or there'd be no meaning to life or no I forget how you worded it exactly, that life would not matter if there wasn't a God. I mean, am I saying that correctly, Atangelo?
Yeah, if the universe is the one which produced us, and the universe isn't conscious, and we are just a product of random happenstance and accidents, then yeah, I mean, ultimately, since the universe doesn't care about our lives, ultimately our lives has no meaning.
Okay, let me just explain Uh, I don't believe in a God, and yet I think my life has a lot of meaning. Now, you might not relate to that because you might say, well, God tells me that it has no meaning, so it has no meaning. You might play that authoritarian game, but if you can accept what I'm going to tell you as being true from my perspective, then maybe it will open your mind to a different idea.
No, just to correct what you just said, I think that we all have tremendous meaning, but I give that meaning based on my Christian worldview.
And I could understand that. And I'm not taking that from you. But at the same time, it would be incorrect to say that other people who do not believe in your Christian worldview, that their life is meaningless or that things just don't matter.
But that's
Okay.
also not what I said, right? I said if the universe is all there is, and
Right.
if there is no creator,
Right.
then that means logically that since the universe isn't conscious and doesn't care about humans and human well-being and human affairs, it's actually not even knowing or conscious about it. That means that our lives are just molecules which occurred to exist by random chaotic events in the past. We will be molecules in the future, and what has happened in between, the universe cannot remember because the universe has no mind. So it doesn't really matter.
But see,
Okay.
this is
Now,
where my approach is a little bit different, and I think it needs to be said because I think one of the things he's missing is that there's this dichotomy that's constantly going back and forth. Either this naturalistic universe with no meaning and no mind at all, and then there's this God with all the meaning and all the mind, and it's either one of the two. And Otangelo favors the theist because it gives you the meaning and gives you the purpose, and all the things make sense, and the
No,
transcendentals
no,
and all
no,
that.
no. I favor it because I believe it's true. That's different.
Well, yeah, like he believes it's true, and so like other person would withhold judgment about that. But like I don't know if Otangelo knows, but like I identify as sort of like a third way. Like I don't see that dichotomy as either God or no God. I see there's a third way that has a lot of import for me. So like when I would think about meaning, I kind of look at meaning as participation. So like in an idealist type of world, we don't find meaning, we participate in it. You know what I mean? Like to perceive anything truly is to really recognize its place within the order, the living order of your consciousness, right? So when you understand something, you're not just imposing interpretation, you're resonating with the form of mind of the thing that already exists. So you can have meaning because you are intentionally participating with the events and the things of the universe. Like if I go outside and I go and help my neighbor, or I go and feed an animal, or do something, kill somebody, anything you can imagine. That's me participating in the universe, and it's giving me meaning because it's based on a goal, and it's the only kind of meaning that really matters. Because if we imagine like this so-called objective meaning, like the universe has this objective meaning, what difference does that make? We're still locked in to our limited mind and our limited life in our limited way. And that's the only thing that really matters at the end of the day, in my opinion.
Tangelo, I'm going to say one thing, and then I want to speak with Evie. I was very honored that Evie came in here, and I want to invite her in, and I want to have a nice, kind discussion. But Tangelo, one thing, all right, love. You certainly believe in love, right?
Are you talking to me?
No, I want to
Oh,
finish up
okay.
with Tangelo. Just going to
Yes.
finish up with Tangelo real quick.
I am certain that love is a thing because I live it. I
Right.
experience it.
You
Right?
have love. You
Yeah,
experience love.
sure.
I do too. And it's a wonderful thing. that all of us humans can get to experience. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
And it has meaning, and it does matter. It matters a great deal in my life. All right. But love is not measurable by any objective way, right?
Yeah.
It is a subjective thing.
Yeah.
So there are subjective things, Tangelo, such as if you are like me, and I believe that morality is subjective. I disagree, I think, with objective ethics on that, which is okay because everyone gets to disagree with each other. But I believe that morality is subjective, and yet that doesn't mean I think morality has no meaning. All right. Just like love has a meaning and is important, I view morality as important, although I don't view it as objective. So I just want you to think about that. And there are many things that are not objective that we do consider valuable in our lives. So just
Consciousness is the only thing that matters, because without consciousness there is no subjectivity, there's no inner subjectivity. So your very existence is what matters. You get matter whether life matters or not is not even a question. It's something that has to matter, because it's just an objective fact that we are conscious beings. That's the objective fact about it. And as long as that's true, even subjectively true, then it matters, because hey,
right.
I don't want to feel pain. I don't want to suffer. I don't want my loved ones to feel pain either. I want more unity. I want more cooperation, love, and peace. So that's where the meaning comes in. You have a goal, you understand where you're at in the world, and you strive to promote that idea that you have. That's your meaning. It's something you
Yes,
create
and
through
Atangelo,
participation.
that's what I want you to at least think about. And that's it. I just want to leave you with that there are many things like love that we can't objectify, and yet they can be very meaningful and they can matter very much in our lives. So I can experience love whether or not I believe in a God. And I do
Yeah, I
experience
think
love.
maybe you need to take into consideration the context in which I made my case. But to respond, Scott, I think I have I have a true dichotomy here, which is either there is a God or there is no God.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I have never seen an atheist or any opponent refuting that, because I think it's logical. Either God does exist or he does not exist.
Oh,
So
that
it
that
is.
part is
I
a
agree with you
dichotomy.
on that as
That's
well.
true. That
Angela.
that part is true. I mean the meaning part. Like either you have God for meaning or no God, you have no
Yeah.
meaning. It's either like
Right.
there's an in
So
between.
so since this is a dichotomy, and it is a big deal if because one of the two is true, they cannot be both true. And this is essentially what the entire theist atheist debate is about.
Yeah,
Which
is
of the
really
two is
about.
true?
And we have to define God, because with a Christian it's a little easier because we have a reference. But a lot of people believe in God, but they don't really know how to define God at all. They may be just looking at some greater purpose in life or some greater conscious or mind or something like that. And like I could easily turn my beliefs into a theistic sounding belief, but for me it just wouldn't kind of add up, because basically I'm just an atheist, because all I'm saying is that the natural world is all you need, and the natural world is doing all the things that Otangelo wants it to be done through God. Well, all I'm really saying is that even without this definition of God, the Christian God, all these things can be explained equally. There's
Yeah.
not like
I,
one side that explains everything and all the other ones fail. No, there's a lot of different ways to explain things, like intelligence in nature. Like you're bringing up these mechanisms that we see at the very small molecular scale. They're like machines. They're like invented machines. They're like little industries inside our blood that are doing very complicated computation and information processing And this is all known. And Tangela, I don't even disagree with you. I used to kind of disagree with you because I didn't understand what you were saying at first, but I've come to kind of learn a little bit more as I delved into the topic. And I've come to understand that what you're saying isn't really the watchmaker fallacy. It's more of just an observation of the informational sort of substructure beyond molecules and beyond the nature that we see. So we do see intelligence in nature. We do see problem solving at the molecular level, and we see all of these things. And it does correspond with coding and computer code and mind and things like that. And this has led me down the road where I'm at metaphysically. But the thing about it with the third way is that this mechanism doesn't necessarily have to be a god. It doesn't have to be this thing that stands outside of nature. It can just be another facet of nature that encompasses something mind-like, from which our minds emerge from, actually. And so there's another way. It doesn't always have to be either God or no God, or it's either going to happen or not. It's like maybe God is the nature that you're talking about. Maybe God is that thing we're talking about. That's another way to look at it. Now you can say, well, how can nature create itself? Well, that just might be a bad question. Maybe nature has always been around. Maybe it doesn't need to be created. In fact, the evidence kind of points towards, there are certain models in science that point towards eternalism, beyond the Big Bang, and anthropohedron models and string theory and loop quantum gravity and multiverses. There's so many different models out there to replace God with. You just have to arbitrarily pick one, which one makes more sense to you in your personal life. And Otangelo, you've chosen the Christian God, which is fine. But all we're really saying is there's different ways to interpret the same data.
Well, I've written a book which is called Signature in the Cosmos, where I scrutinize all these different cosmological proposals like quantum loop theory and oscillating universes and eternal universes and whatever you can think about. And I go very much into the nitty-gritty details in the physical laws, the fine-tuning. I deal about all these topics in this book. And my investigation has just immensely solidified my faith in the necessity of a creator. Now, you brought up something which I think is highly relevant. When we are saying on the one side God, then we must really define what do we mean by that. And when I start a conversation with an atheist, and I'm not a pre-sub, I use the cumulative argument for God's existence, which starts with the very basic question. Is it more reasonable to believe that a God exists or not exists? And when I say God, then I start with the most rudimentary, basic description, which doesn't define the identity of God. I say just God is eternal, powerful, conscious, and that in that conscious, I mean intelligent and personal. And since these definitions are not contradictory one against each other, a God with these definitions is possible. It's logically possible. And then the question is, on the other side, we have the no God hypothesis, where this identity does not exist. And then the question is, if we look into the physical world, which of the two explains all the phenomena which we observe in a more reasonable way? And as soon as you state, well, maybe there was always intelligence, then you are already either in the deistic or in the theistic worldview, right? Because God has this quality that he's intelligent and that he always existed. Two things which you said. So I would say you can scramble it however you want, but in the end, you will always end up in one of these two categories.
Tangelo, I'm going to let you go because I've been waiting to speak with Evie, and I want to give her my full attention. Okay. So Thanks for stopping by, Atangelo. I find it always a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, it is
That's a
always.
good one.
It's fun.
All right.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Bye bye.
Night.
Hey,
Okay, so
Evie.
hey.
Hey, welcome. And I'm going to be as kind as I possibly can. And I appreciate you coming in. All right.
I'll be
And
kind in return.
especially coming in, you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
So coming into
Yes.
a box with some atheists may not be the easiest thing to do. So,
No, and I really thought about it because a lot of things changed for me after I lost my daughter. And I have a little hobby channel that when I retired this year, but I started another channel that is actually reading Bible scripture because I want to get the word out there. And I thought, I don't know, I went in to see who was live and I was like, oh, who's this? And then I stayed. And it was a little tough room there for a while. So I'm not getting in the boxing ring or anything, but if you want to ask me something or um, I'm willing to be here and share what my feelings are and what I know.
let's start with what I was hoping to talk about today,
Okay.
and that's faith.
Okay.
You know, what faith might be to you and how faith has played a role in your life, if I'm assuming it has, you know. I what's your feeling about faith? Like, what role
Okay.
does it play for you?
Well, I remember going to church from a small child. And by the time I was in third grade, we lived in a tiny town in Oregon. And I walked to vacation Bible school and church by myself because I was the only one out of 5 girls that wanted to go. And that wasn't like just for those particular times, but that was important to me. I wasn't getting a ride. I had to walk. And, didn't have a real my dad lives with me. I'm trying to talk quietly. I didn't have a great childhood. And so God was always there for me. And I had a girlfriend probably 30 years ago ask me to explain faith to her. And what I said to her was, I said, before we had all the maps and stuff on our phones, we had to get a paper map because I'm 62. We had to get a paper map or we had to go to a gas station and ask somebody, how do we get where we're going? And I said, so for me, faith is as small as you stopping and asking a stranger, how do I get to Arby's from here? And they say, well, you go down here to the red light and you turn right and you go 3 miles, yada, yada, yada. And I said, you have faith that this stranger has given you the proper directions and you're going to get where you want to go. But the faith in God is much deeper than that. But my point to her was people will have faith in a complete stranger where they may not have complete faith in something that is really real. And to me, God is real. And I went through a very rough time with my daughter. She was 32 when she died. She was violated when she was 13. She was where she wasn't supposed to be. I didn't find out about it until she was 28. And at 13, she started using the dark liquid that's injected. And by the time she had gone through several rehabs and, she moved out, she came back, she went to college, she moved out again. It was just this back and forth. And I felt like the end was near. But when the police came to the door and said, this is regarding her name. And I said, is she dead? And they said, unfortunately, she is. I mean, everything I had just blew out from under me. And I didn't sleep for a long time. But that first night, I was so weary. And I just hit my knees in the living room. And I just said, God, I need you more now than I've ever needed you in my entire life. And if you've ever had anything like somebody crack an egg on your head where you can like feel it come down, maybe a little bit more runny than that, I felt this warmth, peace just come completely over me. And I literally stood up and walked in the bedroom and went to sleep. I don't think I've ever prayed that hard before or that hard since. Not that I haven't tried, but I was in such a crisis and it came through for me. And what I struggle with is because I believe that if you ask for forgiveness for a sin, then you will be forgiven, but you don't repeat that sin, and you try to recognize when you're going into sin. Like today, I was on the phone with somebody that wanted me to go to physical therapy for not being able to sleep, and I wasn't nice to her. You know, I was like, look, I don't want to go to physical therapy. I haven't had a stroke. Nothing's broken on me. No, I'm not going. I feel like these doctors send out these referrals like, you know, they want to give all this business anyway. So I wasn't nice to her. And I think I need to call back and say, hey, I'm sorry I barked at you because it's not your fault. You're at your job. And that, for me, that's what it is to try to be kind, try to make the right decisions. And probably your whole audience is left by now.
Yeah,
But
Well, let me ask you a question
Don't
about
worry.
that.
okay.
That question,
ahead, Scott.
it's about what you just said. So it's an honorable thing, you know, to see yourself make a mistake. You know, you wrong somebody or you possibly wrong somebody. You want to turn around. You want to make it right. You want to make their experience better. You want to leave a better impression. Have that person have a better day. You don't want to be contributing to their bad day. I get it. But what's really great about that is not the fact that you were told to do that or that someone had to scare you into doing that. You did that all by yourself because you are a good person. You are. So it's like one of the analogies I always tell, and I always ask people, and I'll ask you too, like, you know, there's a bank. Let's say there's two banks. There's person A, person B, and person A is in a bank, and he sees a guy drop a $100 bill on the ground. And he knows that there's a camera up there watching him. So he goes, yeah, this camera's watching me. I better give him this $100 and not take it. So he gives it to him knowing that he won't get caught. He gave the man his $100. Okay, that was a good thing, right? But then you take person B, who's in another bank. There is no cameras in that bank. It's another guy, he drops his $100 bill. And even though there's no camera and he knows there's no camera, he still picks up the $100 bill and says, excuse me, sir, you dropped your money. And he gives him the $100 bill. Who would you say is the more moral person out of those two?
Well, the one without any camera.
Right, right. And I think that, you know, if there is a God, he would want us to do things because it's the right thing to do. Not because he told you to do it. It's like if you have to tell your husband or your wife, you know, you should love me because I'm your wife or I'm your husband, it sort of loses value after a while because then he's only saying it because you told him to. You know, he's not doing it sincerely. And what you want out of someone is sincerity. And so a lot of people, especially like atheists, that people don't understand is some of us approach this whole question with so much sincerity. Because when we worship God, when we finally do decide to worship a God or do something good for people, we want to do it genuinely. We don't want to do it just because we were told or because we were expected to from society. What value is there in that, you know? And so I just always like to ask this question, you know, because I think it really points to where we get our values from or where we should get our values from, you know?
Right.
Hey, Evie, I wanted to ask you, how long ago did your daughter pass?
2021.
Okay, now I want you to know, because you were good enough to come on my channel, that I think that is probably the hardest thing for someone to go through. I'm your age. I'm 62 like you are. I have two I have two grown children and some grandchildren. And that's one thing that I don't know how I could possibly handle that.
Yeah.
Right? Because I think it's probably the hardest thing that a person could go through is to lose a child.
It is.
You know,
It is.
so I want you to know that I feel for you.
Thank you.
You know, and
I
it's
appreciate that.
you know it's just a horrible thing. I mean, I lost a brother when I was young, and I watched my parents never get over it, and they passed away. Yeah. You
Husband
there?
just came home. He was gonna walk around here, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm on the live.
No, that's okay. I'm gonna have
Oh,
my girlfriend coming home soon, and they'll probably hear the dogs bark.
yeah,
But
that's what happened here.
I want you to know that that's. I mean, I don't know how you did it. So
Well,
it's a horrible thing to go through. Maybe never get over it. I don't think my
you
parents
don't
ever got.
totally.
You
But
know.
here's the thing. Well, two things. I want to tell you about a dream, but I also want to say that I think that the people that have labeled themselves, called themselves atheists, most of them are on a very high IQ level. And that's where I was saying I have a low IQ, but I have a high school education and I have faith and I believe. And if I was super smart, I would be able to say, well, why is this way? And why isn't it that way? I would question things. And I don't do that. I just don't question. And my mom told me growing up, I would say, but what about this, Mom? Having to do with God or the Bible. And she said, well, some things we're just not supposed to know yet. And then I thought about the fact that, my daughter did die, or the fact that I would be like, no, it's snowing and it's icy. And I live in Texas, so we're not prepared for the bad roads. Don't go driving tonight because I'm older, I'm wiser. I know that you're not an experienced driver. Don't go. This is in your best interest. And I feel like God is the same way with us, that he sees everything that's happening. And if someone does die, what about if we think about the fact that our child moves out, decides not to go to school, and they're partying it up, doing whatever they're doing. They come back a year or two later and they're like, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, I been on the wrong road. I want to get an education. I want to get a good career. Would you guys accept me back and let me just live here for free if I worked and paid for my own education? Would that be something that you would be able to help me with? And if parents are able, most of them are going to say absolutely and welcome them with open arms. We will help you with whatever we can. So if we lose a brother, a child, parents, which we're prepared to lose, I mean, we know that's going to happen. God is bringing them home, and he welcomes his children home the same way that us as parents would welcome our children home. And the night after I had that really hard prayer, I dreamt that my daughter and I were, because she was 32 when she died, were skipping. I don't skip anymore, I'm 32, but skipping through this meadow holding hands, and the flowers were waist high and everything was blowing in the breeze. And I told her boyfriend about that, and he said, that was heaven. That's where she is, and you're going to get to see her again someday. And I do believe we are eternal souls, and we either go to the light or we go to the dark.
Now,
And I appreciate being able to say all
do
that. I
you?
really do.
Mhm.
I have no problem with what you believe.
Mhm.
So I want you to know that I don't, I have no problem at all with what you believe. And if what you believe has helped you psychologically dealing with this horrible loss, I'm not going to try to take that from you. All right. But do you recognize that there are people who do not believe what you do? All right. Who also go through very horrible things. All right. And we deal with things maybe differently
Mhm.
than you might, but we still have to deal with the same issues. You know,
Mhm.
whether you're Christian or atheist or Muslim or Hindu,
Well,
life is going to throw you some stuff.
can I throw you
Mhm.
a real life situation rub where this really comes into play? This is a perfect situation to describe what you're talking about. This is a real life situation. So when I was living in California a few years ago, I used to interview people at the IONS organization. That's the Association of Near Death Experiences, right?
Mhm.
So you talk to
Mhm.
people who have died and went and had these experiences of
Mhm.
God or of their dead loved ones or of being in heaven or whatever the case is. And I interviewed thousands. Like I would just talk to all these people. And my sister, we did a show last weekend. My sister recounted 3 of her own experiences, and there's a lot of commonalities. One of the things they all say is they're no longer afraid of death. No one's afraid of death anymore. Everyone's found peace in life in a much deeper, profound way than they did before. They find more meaning, more purpose because they almost died. And they've had glimpses of something that they perceive as the other side, which is always the same story: the light, the open fields, the out of body experience, the whole 9 yards. There's like a whole list of things I would jot down, like they checked all the boxes. Most people do. But one thing that was very common, and this goes into what you were just talking about with faith and how to deal with things and where you find your value in the church and Christianity and things of that nature, is that most of them, a lot of these people that I would interview happen to be Christians. Now, some of them were atheists, some of them were of different religions, but most of them were Christians, like most people in America. And these people told me they're no longer Christians, every one of them. They're no longer go to church. Some are Christians, but they don't really practice like they used to. A lot of these people, the reason why is because they, like you, they didn't really worry to think about all these deeper things. Like they felt like, I'm not like this smart person. I'm not like this genius back here that can question philosophy and all these things. And for me, it doesn't matter. All I know is there's God, there's Jesus, there's the love of Jesus Christ. I've been saved. I have peace. I have my church family. Everything's good. Everything's explained to my comfort level. And I'm comfortable being a Christian. It's who I am. It's who I identify. And I'm proud of it. And that's that's the state they were in before they had these near-death experiences. Now, that is cute. And one thing that's really fascinating with all these stories is all of these people said, well, it took me a long time to tell the people at my church what happened. And I was thinking at first, when I first started doing these interviews, my thought was, this should really promote your church. This should really be a belief that now you have proof. Now you have an evidence that's going to support. But what they came to realize is no. This experience that I have goes against the church teachings. In my church, we taught that Jesus is the way. Jesus is how you get saved, through his name, through obedience to him, and putting your faith in his blood. That's where your salvation comes from. But what my near-death experience showed me is that everybody goes to heaven. Atheists, non-Christians, everyone does. And God explained himself to me and explained all of these things about religion when I was with him, and that these are just man's best attempts at understanding the divine. But really, none of it is true at all. It's all very, very, very way off the mark. And so a lot of them could not tell their story to the church because it would either stumble people, or they've been criticized as being deceived by the devil, and so now they had to make their mind up. What do I put my faith in? Do I put my faith in the church, or do I put the faith in my one-on-one conversation that I had with God himself? Which one do I put my faith in? Which one would you put your faith in? You would think it would be God, but you would be surprised, because they would tell me, you'd be so surprised. Talking to God was like me sitting here talking to you. I knew it was true. I knew every word. And in that moment, I knew every word was true. In that moment, I was told it was a no-brainer. You got me 100%. It's not even anything we got to even think about. I'm all in. I'm with you, God. But when you come back to life, that's the last thing you want to talk to people about, because no one's going to understand, even people that call themselves Christians and believers, if they really explain what it is they experienced and the impression that they were left with, the message. It's not going to jive. It's just not going to jive. And a lot of these folks had to put their faith, mainly they put their faith in their NDE over the church because it was more powerful for them. So this is where we have to really question these things because, when we go through life, we don't know what we're going to be tested with. We don't know what's going to be thrown at us that's really going to test our morals, our thinking. Are we really faithful people? There's a lot of
Mhm.
different things like that that are interesting. And this is why we have these conversations, because
Mhm.
life is really crazy.
That's true. I don't know how I feel about the near-death experiences. I've never experienced one, and I don't know anyone personally that has. So it would have to be somebody very close to me that I knew, or have it happen to myself before I would, because it doesn't say anything about that in the Bible, having a near-death experience. So I'm not saying that they didn't have it, but I know that there's a lot of things that take a body over, like shock, or if you're in a surgery, there's anesthesia, there's different medications. So anything could happen to kind of distort your, what you're thinking, what's going through your mind, because you're not really conscious.
Hmm.
So I don't know what I think about that.
Yeah, yeah.
I would tend to
It's
believe a
hard.
child over an adult.
Yeah, like when like I told you, my sister was on last weekend talking about this stuff, and I know my sister. We're just alike. And before she had her experiences, she was the same way. Like these things can be explained by hallucinations of a dying brain. And she could imagine losing oxygen. I know how that feels. Going through epileptic seizure of some kind, I know how that feels. I've went through that. But when she had her near death experience, it was totally different, totally out of what you would think of as a hallucination. So the
Mhm.
quality was different. Now, explaining that to people and getting people to really wrap their head around that is probably impossible. And even for me, even though she tells me all this, I've never had one, so I don't know what
Right.
she's talking about really. So all I can think of is probably just some kind of delusion or something. But I may be wrong, and I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to a lot of
Mhm.
things. But I guess if I had to take anything away from it all, would be the greater message, which is that life matters. What we do in this world matters. How we
Mhm.
treat others is really what it boils down to, and love is the key, just like the Beatles used to sing about.
Yeah, and your $100 bill example, it would depend really, probably, for myself and a lot of people, what part of your life are you in? Do you have
Hmm.
$5 left in your checking account and you've got to go buy groceries because you've got two little kids?
Yeah.
It might be
Yeah.
easier to swipe it up and put it in your pocket. But if you got plenty of money in the bank that you're coming to withdraw, what's $100? Let's
Hmm.
give it back.
Good
Because I
point.
think there's times in my life I would have kept it because I felt like I needed it and it was put there for me. But
Yeah.
that's
Yep.
maybe right, maybe wrong, but that's honest. That's
Yeah, that is
absolutely
honest.
honest.
Very honest.
Hmm.
Very honest.
I know that there were times in my life that I would take that
Hmm.
Oh,
$100.
heck yeah.
And
Exactly.
hopefully my children wouldn't have seen me do it. But yeah.
Yeah.
But
Now,
yes, I am the mighty Filbert. I'm just fine. Thank you for asking.
now, Evie,
Hmm.
knowing that you have a particular understanding, right? Do you have any issue with people like me who
No,
have no understanding like you do? That we don't see things in that way? I mean, is
no,
that something that would bother you, or that you'd feel like you have to do something to change my mind?
no, no. You're a grown man. And I would like to think that maybe something in the near future might click for you, somebody that you know better, maybe. And maybe some of the pieces might come together and you'd be like, I'm so glad she came on and talked to me that day because I'm getting a glimpse of what she was talking about. And that's it. Not to try to convert anybody, change their minds, but I'm listening to what you have to say. And that's when you first invited me on, and I was like, oh my gosh, the things they're talking about, the words they're using, I'm not going to be able to keep up with that. I will just get, I'll sink. And he said, no, no, no,
Hmm.
I just want to talk. So that's fine. Yeah, because I don't, sometimes education can be, I don't even know what the word is I want, but it, knowing more, it becomes more difficult. I'll put it that way,
And
because
it'll
you are
clutter
able to
your
question
mind.
things.
It'll
Yes.
clutter you too. And that's the one
Hmm.
thing that I always try to say is that, like, I know enough about the things that interest me because I'm interested in it. But other than that,
Mhm.
I don't really try to memorize books and authors and like teachers and gurus and all of that stuff because it tends to clutter my mind with a lot of stuff. And one thing I understand about the human mind is we're not immune to influences. Like all of
Mm-mm.
us, we're like our brains are like antennas. Our brain is like an antenna. We soak up the values from our culture around us, like in our zeitgeist. We ingest all of this information like a sponge. And so,
Mhm.
when we read all this stuff, it just kind of clutters your mind at some point. And what I like to do is mainly just get free of all that, mainly, and just kind of embrace nature, like go outside, breathe, meditate, do flow state activities, just immerse yourself in the here and now, the reality here and now, not the TV, the electronics, the books,
Mhm.
the intellectual stuff. Sometimes the most simplest things can give you the most joy in life that most people overlook. And most people are always looking out there for their peace of mind. Like they're looking
Mhm.
for alcohol or drugs, or they're looking for teachers and, you know, job titles. And all of this stuff is really everybody's just looking to be approved of. And they're looking for love, and they're looking for meaning, purpose, and really peace of mind at the end of the day. And
And acceptance.
and acceptance, man. And you
Mhm.
can accept yourself, and you can have a small group that we all love each other, and we all talk and share, and we give each other that space to be ourself. And that's the most loving thing you can do, is to be understood, you
Mhm.
know, not necessarily to change people or try to make them think a certain way, but just to be understood. Sometimes we're on here talking not because we necessarily want to change your mind. We just want you to understand the other side that I have and I want to express. And I think we all do that, and we can do that in a loving way. And it doesn't always require some external drink or drug or relationship or whatever. Sometimes what I've found is that peace of mind comes from just the simple things, not reading a lot of books, not trying to be that genius, but just living in the moment. That's the
Mhm.
best thing.
And Evie, that's kind of where I am as well. And me and Scott don't agree on everything. We've picked up on things we don't always agree on, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm less spiritual than he is.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. To me, when I think of these types of things, I don't look to a God. I look to humanity and trying to be one with the people that I associate with. Okay. And to me, good or bad is not something that, let's say, a God determines. All right. I don't see it that way. I see it as something where we could relate to one another outside of what we may believe about theology or a church we go to or that sort of thing. And that's where I think me and Scott agree. I have relationships with Christians. My girlfriend, who I live with, is Christian. All right. I don't have a problem with her. She doesn't have a problem with me. But we don't stress everything about religion. She's not a religious Christian, if you would, right?
Mhm.
She believes what she believes, but she also believes that people are free as adults to make up their own minds. Okay. And there's a commonality and love that we could share that has nothing to do with our religious beliefs or lack
Mhm.
thereof. And that's kind of what I try to get to if I can with people. I try to get to that point where we could be friends without religious thought. And I
Mhm.
think back to when I was a kid, a young boy, and I always say, you know, I had friends that were of different religions, and we could still be friends, and we still can relate to one another and enjoy certain things together. And when the one person who's a particular religion went to church or synagogue, that was fine. You know, but we still related on a human level that had nothing to do with religion. And that's kind of where I'm at in my personal journey, so to say. You
Mhm.
know, I don't, you know, religion is something that for me was a negative. For me personally, I understand it could be a positive for many people. So I only speak for myself. And I don't try to tell people what to believe, but I do like to open people's mind to different thoughts. Okay, that I'm very strong on. So I don't believe the things you believe,
Mhm.
but you're welcome to believe them. And if there's ever a question you have of what I think, I'm more than willing to tell you.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I mean, it is though. I mean, it's a point of contention. It's kind of like the Crips and the Bloods, man. It's kind of like you got the religious people against the unreligious people, and they're always arguing and they're calling each other, condemning each other, in one way or the other, and there's another way to approach it, and it's just in a way of understanding. Like you may not agree, and maybe a belief seems very absurd to you, and it probably will, for both parties involved. They'll see your beliefs as absurd, and it's fine. It's okay. Like I think it's
Mhm.
okay. It's not that big of a deal. Like I think people make life more important than it really is. Like it's not that important, guys. It's not so important that we brainwash people into our way of thinking.
Mhm.
Especially when we all agree. If we can all agree on some basic things, like we were talking earlier today, like slavery is wrong. Women should not be a man's property. Um, love is good. Evil is bad. We agree on all these things, right? Yet somehow we're at each other's throat as if we're just the devil. And so that part I never understand. It's like we agree on the main things, yet we're still fighting these old fights and we're still hashing it out and nobody's really understanding each other. Yet we all tend to agree. That's the whole point of the contention. Oh, you're trying to say I believe in slavery. I don't. Well, the Bible says it's okay because it says that, and they're defending slavery, but they're defending something that they really don't believe in. As it turns
Mhm.
out, they're against it. So it's for people like me and Lou, it's just a confusion. It's like we're trying to understand, like, how does that work? How does it work that the book that you claim to follow also contains all of these things not me, but what you said was evil, you know? So that's where
Are
the
you?
that's where the conversation gets really, contentious.
Yeah. Well, I've never had a problem with authority, first of all. So the Bible, God being the authority, doesn't bother me. I welcome it. Um, every human that is on earth is not wanted by God in heaven. They may be a piece of a puzzle. They might be. I mean, look at. Well, you may not know the Bible. Maybe you do. I don't know. But um, there were
Vessels of
people he
wrath.
had no. He had no intention of. He purposely hardened people's hearts because he did not want them. So who am I to say who he wants and who he doesn't want? If you're given the information and you come to a different conclusion than I do, that's fine. I walk away. I'm not going to try to convert anybody.
Yeah.
I would be disappointed if one of my children turned their back because of the way that they were raised. And that's what I struggle with my daughter, because even though she was a Christian, we all sin, but her final sin, overdosing, she can't ask for forgiveness for it. So where does that mean she goes? I don't know. But I had to come to the realization that she was really never mine. She was a gift from God to raise, and he took her. Did he take her because he was punishing her? Did he take her because he's punishing me? Or did he take her because he got tired of seeing her hurt herself? I don't have the answer to that. Nobody does.
Well, let me
So I
ask you
have to just.
let me ask you a question about that then. If God wanted to punish you, by, or let's take you out of it. I don't want to make it personal, but let's say God wanted to punish me by taking away my child from me, like
Mhm.
had my child killed or had my wife sexually assaulted by a stranger to
Mhm.
punish me for something I
Mhm.
did wrong. Do you think that would be just?
If it happened to me personally, of course, I would think it wouldn't be, because I'm not happy that my daughter's gone. But
Hmm.
it's not my business because I'm not in charge of um, all of the people. And I don't know. That's probably a wishy-washy answer, but that's really my answer. Is that I just don't know. I know that people were punished for generations. Somebody that was not even born at the time that something happened. And would it be like you talked about that $100 bill? Would it be the time that I picked up that $100 bill, or would it be the time that I had a relationship with somebody out of wedlock? Which is he going to choose? Because we've all done things we shouldn't do, whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God. We know right from wrong, and you don't
Hmm.
certainly. I'm not going to go into it, but we know what we should and we shouldn't do. And so, what of the many dozens of things could he pick that I did to punish me for it? I don't know.
Well, like the question is really kind of like to set a bar, like a standard. So, like in an example, sometimes we set a standard by judging an example. So, like if let's say I did something to make God mad, right? And instead of God punishing me directly, let's say he has my wife assaulted sexually, and I
Mhm.
bring this particular example up for a reason. Um, that to me would not be fair
Mhm.
because my wife would have had nothing to do with whatever it is I did. Like
Right.
what I'm referring to is like in the Bible, there's a situation. You remember the story of David and Bathsheba?
Bathsheba.
So
Uh-huh.
yeah, so King David had her husband killed, and he had relations with Bathsheba. And
Mhm.
what happened though was David, Yahweh prophesied through Nathan the prophet what he was going to do about it. And it says, "Thus saith the Lord says this: out of your own household I'm going to bring calamity on you. Before your
Mhm.
very eyes I will take your wives and give them to one who is close to you, and he will sleep with them in broad daylight. You did it in secret, but I will do this thing in broad daylight before all Israel." So that
Mhm.
was his punishment to David. And you know what
Well, he.
happened? And well, as the story goes on, what happened is his wives, they had when he was away, um, David's enemies came in, they rounded up all his wives, and they took them on the top of his roof in front of the whole public, and they had a rape party right there on the roof to where all Israel could see it, and it humiliated David. And so the prophecy came through. The prophecy came true. David's wives were raped, and it was a great humiliation. The whole town, the whole of Israel said that God cannot be with David, for his wives were given to, you know, debauchery, and in front of all of us. But they did not stone the women because they found out the women were not. It wasn't a mutual thing. So they didn't kill the women for their sin. This was what was done against David as God's punishment. So for people like me, I look at that story and I say, what a monster God is. If that's really the acts of God, to me, I'm not a very smart person. I'm not like very educated. I'm not real good with pretzel logic and all that. So all I know is that's a terrible thing. And so that kind of God creates a problem in that way.
Well, I will go back and read that tonight because I don't remember anything about the wives on the rooftop. I do know that his child with Bathsheba was killed.
Mhm.
That's the part
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, that part
Um,
too. So that'll just to let you
but
know if you want to know what it is, it's 2 Samuel. So
okay.
take a look at 2 Samuel chapter 12. 11 through 12 talks about the prophecy, what God says he's going to do. And then the fulfillment is in 2 Samuel 16, 21 through 22. So that's when it gets done.
Yeah, I read every day. I'm on my 5th time through the Bible in the past 4 years.
Wow.
That's a lot, Evie.
It is. But I think a lot of people get confused with the Old Testament versus the New Testament, because in the times you're talking about, when someone sinned, you had to go find a perfect animal and you had to kill it. And that was how you got forgiven for your sin. But when Jesus came and he died for our sins, we don't have to take animals and kill them anymore. So a lot of times people go back to the Old Testament and they try to make it relate it to today's life. And that's not, I think, let me see how I want to say this. You can't take the Old Testament, how they lived then and what they had to do for their sins, and put it into today's lifetime. We are closer with the New Testament, where Jesus already died for our sins, and we don't have to just grab our dog and, sorry, I was bad.
We were talking about that earlier, and what the Christian Otangelo was saying is that, we're judging the present by the past. That's how it was in those days. But the key point here, though, is remember, and which was the question I asked to Otangelo, was this just a cultural projection, or was this really God's commands? Because remember, if God is telling you, if God himself is saying, this is what I'm going to do to punish you, I'm going to have your women, your wives and everything raped in front of everybody. That's what God said. That's not like a man thing. That's what God himself said he was going to do. Now, unless you're a Christian that simply rejects the entire Old Testament, and then you could say, well, none of that is God. All of that is the made up stuff. The real stuff is the New Testament. That's the real God's word is in the New Testament. The Jews are wrong, and actually it's Jesus. But then that kind of contradicts Jesus himself, because remember, Jesus is supposed to be a fulfillment of the Old Testament. Jesus is Yahweh. He is the Father. He's the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit all in one, right? So he's got to be that same God that flooded the world in Noah's day, that, had the women raped and all the bad stuff you can imagine. That would be the same person. So that's kind of where the problem is.
Can I respond to the Mighty Filbert?
Yeah, go right ahead, please.
Okay. So he says, you said in the chat, heaven and hell is real, and if we don't open our eyes soon, one day it will be too late. That's not trying to convert anyone with a triple question mark. What I meant by it may be too late is if I walk out to my mailbox to get my mail and some car comes flying down the street and I'm struck dead, we all think we might live till old age or older age than we are now. We just don't know. We don't know. That's what I meant by being too late. If I ask for, if I say I convert right now and I walk out to get the mail, I get hit, then I should be fine, right? But no, I'm just giving my opinion, and I'm sorry if you're insulted by that, Filbert. And yes, God is good. Thank you for recognizing that.
Evie.
Yes.
Certainly me and Scott are not, attacking what you believe, because you're free to believe that, right?
Right.
All right. Do you happen to believe like everything in the Bible, or do you say, oh, it's this I can believe and this maybe not believe, or is it everything?
It's everything. It's everything. Whether I understand it to the depth that it is, every time I read it, I pick up a little bit more, I don't know if it's knowledge, understanding. I pick up a little bit more understanding. And I don't expect anybody that hasn't been on the same path that I'm on to understand what I'm talking about. This was a conversation. I ended up on this live. I don't know who anybody is here. I just ended up here And I started listening, and I was like, "Ooh, it's getting a little rough in there." And then I was invited on, so I thought, well, I probably should. But yeah, I'm not trying to. If no one's interested or one person's interested, that's really fine with me.
Well, it's
Well,
a good.
Evie, I want to tell you something about myself.
Okay.
I was an evangelical Christian for many years. Okay.
Hmm.
So I'm pretty familiar with the Bible. I've read it many times, like you're reading it.
Hmm.
So it's not like foreign to me, what's included in
Right.
the Bible. Um, I simply came to a time after years of study that I simply didn't believe it anymore. Okay. Uh, but I understand people do believe it. That's why I asked you if you believe all of it.
Hmm.
Right. So on faith, I read this verse before, and I want to see if you think this verse is true. All right.
Okay.
Mark 11:22-24. Okay. It says, have faith in God. Jesus answered them, truly, I tell you, if anything says to this mountain, go throw yourself into the sea, and does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen.
Hmm.
So Jesus says, you can tell a mountain to move, and it
Right.
will. Then it says, therefore I tell you, whatever you ask in prayer,
Hmm.
believe that you have received it,
Hmm.
and it will be yours.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, do you think that is true? Like, is that your experience as a Christian?
Okay, as far as moving the mountain, I believe Jesus also told his disciples that they had faith of the size of a mustard seed, which is very small. And I'm
Mhm.
sure they had more faith than I do. So if they would have had the amount of faith that maybe Jesus wanted them to have, then maybe that would have happened. I don't have enough faith to move a mountain. And what was the second part of it?
Therefore, I tell you, and Jesus is saying this,
Uh-huh.
whatever you ask in
Oh,
prayer,
okay. Right.
believe that you have received it, and it
Mhm.
will be yours.
The prayer has to be aligned with God's will, which is what's best for all of us. If I pray, like if someone makes me mad and I'm like, I pray that person dies of a heart attack right now. I mean, no, that's a prayer that should not be answered, because that is not God's will, just because somebody made me mad that they're struck dead. So when I prayed for, because that's how I prayed for my daughter before she died, was, please bring her through rehab and make her, a productive citizen in society, and heal her completely, no going back, if it's your will. And it wasn't his will.
Okay, but would you agree that without having a theology, just reading that verse,
Hmm.
the ending, just the ending alone, therefore I tell you, whatever you ask in prayer, believe, so it's giving something
Hmm.
you have to do, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Okay, that is not, it's not quite saying what you said. It's saying directly,
Hmm.
Jesus is directly saying that if you pray and believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Now, when I
Hmm.
was a Christian for many years, that wasn't my experience.
Hmm.
All right, that I never saw that ever occurring. So I've determined on my own that that's just false. It's not true. All right, it doesn't happen. All right. When I was a Christian, I prayed for lots of things. All right, I prayed for people to be healed, for people to live that passed away. All right. So I don't see any truth in that at all. So it's just giving you, now I know that Christian apologists have ways that they, take scripture and but it doesn't really mean
Hmm.
that, it means this.
Hmm.
All right. But most people, if they just read the Bible, alone without getting any church interference or church guidance,
Or a
they
study Bible. Yeah,
they might struggle with this.
right.
And
Well,
why would God give us something like that if we really are going to struggle with it? Because I know that a lot of Christians pray all the time, and they do it in good faith, and they do it believing, and quite often nothing happens for them.
well, I don't know them. I don't know what they're praying for, but I mean, I'll put it back the same as if my two young children are playing on the living room floor and they get into a fight, and is it right for one kid to pray that the other kid is struck and injured or worse? Because I know what's best for my kids. So I mean, my mind just became more and more inquisitive. I wanted to know more and more and more and more. And I had many years. So I was a Christian when I was a little kid, and I had many years where I called myself a Christian and I didn't live like a Christian. And part of it was because I was ignoring the fact that I got divorced. I had a valid reason for getting divorced, but then I lived with my boyfriend for probably, I don't know, 10, 12, some years before I ever married him. So I was like, don't talk. I don't. And then it bothered me a lot. And, we got married back in 2008, and I've just I've progressed. I grew up in my faith.
Well,
Thank
what about
goodness. Because what if that would have happened? What if it would have happened?
Hebrews 11, which is where the Bible defines faith. It tells you what faith is. Okay, it's Hebrews 11:1. I wrote it down because I've been thinking a lot about it. And what it says is, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Now, again, when I read that without having a theology or without going to a church to tell me what that means, I'm left with saying that's just not true. And the reason I say that, faith is not a substance and faith is not evidence. So I would say, just reading it without having a theology, without going to a church, that's just false. The Bible is wrong. Now, what would you say to someone like me?
Well, if you were asking like you're asking, where you just want my answer to it, not to necessarily be argumentative about it, it's the same thing like I said about the directions. Or I honestly have faith that my bed's going to be there tonight, and when I get up in the morning, the sun's going to rise. And it's like it's been doing it for a long time, and I've trusted strangers to give me the proper directions. Maybe I'm dumb, maybe I'm blind, but yeah, I have a lot of faith in a lot of things, not just to do with God. I have faith in my husband, a lot of faith in him.
I think faith is
your
a thing
husband
that
is someone you see, and it's someone you have an intimate relationship with. Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
I don't understand having faith in invisible, undetectable beings.
But it is detectable.
How?
For me, like I told you with the prayer.
Isn't that, I mean, with all due respect, isn't that feelings you have?
Not to me.
So it's tangible?
I felt it. I didn't see it.
Well, I said feelings. I mean, we could feel things, right? I mean, you have a feeling and you have thoughts. And that's what I will never take away from you, Evie. But that doesn't mean that I have the same thoughts, right? And that's pretty much the only thing I ever try to do when I speak with Christians, is to try to get them to understand that not everyone believes the same things they do. And that's pretty much my goal. All
Well,
right.
another
After
thing.
that, decide whatever you want to believe.
Mhm.
Yeah, and people are different. Like there are people that are more feeling driven. There are people that their main driver is feelings. They go off the feelings, and that's how they navigate the world successfully. Is
Hmm.
they're able to detect people's feelings, their own feelings. They're in touch with it. They pay attention to it, and they make
Mhm.
their decisions based on how they feel and how a feeling hits them. If it hits you
Mhm.
this way, then that's how I'm going to really make my decision. And a lot of people are not very feeling. Some people
Mhm.
are just very intellectual. They're very logical minded. And so
Yeah.
they don't have feelings to direct them so easily. And so
Yeah.
they don't really understand, they don't trust feelings. They look at feelings like, oh, feelings are a weakness. Feelings are a thing that's prone to mislead you
Hmm.
and have you make bad decisions.
Hmm.
Whereas logic makes you have good decisions because you're going to logically think out the cause and the effect and what's going to happen here and there and here and there. But I think it's fair to say that logical people make just as many mistakes as heartfelt or heart-centered people or feelers. I tend to be a little bit of both. I tend to be a feeler and an intellectual at the same time, and it causes a lot of problems sometimes. At least mentally, it can, because you start wondering, well, what should I trust? Should I trust my feeling here, or should I trust my? It's really easy when the two come together. When they come
Mhm.
together and they work together, oh man, you're about to make a really good, strong decision. But sometimes I've made feel just off the feeling. I had to go on just off the feeling, and it turned out to be good. Sometimes not so good.
Yeah.
Sometimes my logic failed me tremendously. Like logic really, and it was all logical, but it didn't go the way I planned it. So life is weird like that, and we all approach life different, and maybe you're just a more of a heart-centered person, Evie.
Yeah.
And
And feelings definitely are important. So I don't want to say they're not important. All right. And intuition is important.
mhm,
People will say, well, I'm thinking of this and that, and I had a gut feeling.
Mhm.
I had something intuitively that I thought was what I needed to do. And I think that's important. I, I
mhm,
just I just want to point out to Evie that there's a lot of different ways that people view these things. And
Mhm.
particularly like when you're dealing with death of a loved one, people deal with it differently,
Mhm.
and I'm not going to judge how any one person deals with it. As long as they deal with it in a way that's good for them, you
Mhm.
know, I'm pretty okay with it. If it's something that's helping a person get through difficult times, I have no problem with that. I just personally, Evie, my message to you is I have a problem when people tell other people how they need to get through things. Because I went through the death of a mother and father within, recently, okay? And my mother was in the house with me until she passed on, and she had dementia, and it was really difficult.
Mhm.
I didn't deal with it using any gods or praying to any gods or, you know, consulting with gods or having thoughts about gods. I did it as a pure atheist, which I am today, you know. And in the past, I guess I would have said, when we pray to God, that He might comfort me and my mother and different things like that. But I didn't do any of that, and I feel I adjusted pretty well. Okay.
That's good.
And again, I'm not saying that's the only way to do it. you know,
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's the
the
point.
bottom line is you got to do it in a way that's gonna
Regardless.
gonna help you get through it.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's actually a beautiful thing in life, and I always, the way I look at it, and I know maybe Lou will disagree, but I look at everybody, they're on their own spiritual journey, and I use the word spiritual to mean psychological, life experiential, thing, journey. And I feel like we're all on it, and where we are in life is you're never in the wrong place necessarily at all. You're just where you are, when you are. Some of us, like I've been a Christian for years, a strong Christian. I was a strong Christian teacher and all of that. And then I was just in a different place back then. Now I'm in a totally different place in my life. And, it's neither bad nor good in either place. It's just that's where I was at that point, and that's how I was relating to the world. And the only time it really you put a value on it is when you can really measure some kind of you know success rate. Like when I was a Christian in my particular church, at the end of the day, it didn't work because it was just leading to more negativity than positivity for me. But then when I became where I'm at now, or everywhere in between was always better than that situation. And now it's just even better and better and better. It's just where you are in life and how you get there is really individual. We get there on our own journey, you know what I mean? And it's so there's no judgment, from my point.
Yeah, I don't judge people's thoughts. I don't judge people's spirituality. All right. I judge doctrine. I judge things like that. And I do it for myself. I don't do it for other people. All right. So, the whole thing with the Bible and all that, I read it critically. I read it, for what it says. And there are things in it I simply disagree with. And Evie, you might totally agree with everything in it. But I don't see what it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. It's like
No, it really isn't. It's an issue with people that make it an issue. There's people that they can't sleep at night knowing someone's on the internet saying something wrong. So they
Yeah.
have to make it their business to jump in and correct everybody. And yeah, I see you're about to leave, and I appreciate you too, Evie, and nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was terrified. I was terrified to come on here. No, it was actually nice. I
well,
appreciate
I
it.
hope we didn't scare you.
No, I was when I was waiting on the guy that was going to work. I don't remember his name. When I was waiting on him to go to work to come on, I was like, oh, am I going to just lose all my courage to go on there?
Yeah.
And I did. I logged off my tablet and came over to my computer. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. If it goes bad, I'll just get my finger on the red button.
Hey,
Oh, and you're
what
gonna
kind
do
of
it more
bird was
often.
that? What kind of bird do you have?
She is a blue-headed pioness.
That sounds fancy.
She
Yeah.
is fancy. Yeah, she's my little princess. Yes. It took me 2 years to find her.
Wow.
My girlfriend has two. Well, we have two parakeets. One passed away like a week ago.
Oh
and then
no.
we got another one. So we had two, and then one passed, and we got another one to try to keep that one company.
Right. I have a little one of those too. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Hope for the best for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
She did really good on her first live stream. That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know it's nerve wracking.
Oh yeah. I know that, and especially trying to it's hard even for me, and I've been doing the YouTube now for about a year, but it's hard for me to articulate things sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like trying to find the words to attach to the thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's called speaking, and it's a very hard thing to do for me too sometimes. Words are hard, man.
Yeah. No, and I personally believe, but it's just my take on it. Scott, I smoke pot.
Yeah, me too.
And I've been doing for quite a long time. And I do think it makes it a little harder. I don't know. I sense like
Oh,
I'm
you
not
mean
gonna
about
talk.
speaking Oh, like your it does affect your motor skills. And so we know that scientifically shown. So we know you can get slurred speech, you know, and not really putting your thoughts together right. But that's why I never do a live stream when I'm high, because if I was to really get high, I used to do that. I used to think it was cool and cute to be on camera smoking weed or whatever. But I realize it's not really good when you're trying to carry on a coherent conversation, because I wind
No,
up saying things like, "Why did I just say all that? What was the point?
exactly.
What was the point in all that? I
Well,
sounded
that's how
high."
I feel. And I
Yeah,
don't think there's anything wrong with being high, obviously,
right.
but it's not good to be high when you're trying to articulate your thoughts well.
Yeah, there's certain states of mind you don't want to be. Like, they're all good for certain things. Like, for me, smoking weed for me is really good when I want to focus in on a good movie, or focus in on a good documentary. Or say if I'm doing music and I'm, especially during the mix down part, I don't like smoking weed. Like, some people smoke weed before they create because they think it enhances their creativity. For me, it doesn't do that. It sort of inhibits my creativity when I'm creating songs. I think there's some sort of technique when you're writing songs that uses different things. Now, if I'm mixing down stuff, like when the song is already written, all the parts are done, and now the job is just to get the levels right and hear everything that is balanced correctly. Now I need a joint, because that helps me focus in on that little part. And so I get very tuned in a flow state. That's what the weed does. It puts me in a flow state where I'm really focused in. And so it helps my non dual practices in that way. But it's
I
not
think
good for conversations. No, that's
no,
garbage. I
no.
sound like
But I
dumbass.
do find for myself that weed will make me hear music in a different
Different.
way. Like I'll
Yes.
really appreciate certain things in the
That's why,
song,
right. That's
you
why
know.
I mix down when I'm high, because you hear the music is enhanced.
Yes.
Everything, you're paying attention to more things going on. Like, if you're just waking up or you're tired, really, you're not gonna. You're just hearing the song as just garbled noise, really. But when you really feeling good and your endorphin levels are up and your focus is right on that weed, man, it gives you that superpower of mixing things just right. And
When I'm
sometimes I can
watching
tell.
I watch YouTube very late at night and I'm watching a lot of live videos, live music,
Hmm.
and it's totally good when I'm high
Yeah,
because
when you're baked.
I'm watching it and I'm like I appreciate the every little nuance. I'm hearing something even in the vocal that maybe I just never picked up on. I'm like, oh wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, you hear a little. Especially if you put your headphones on, and sometimes you pick up on things on a recording you never heard before, like little backgrounds in the left channel or right channel. It's like, oh wow, I didn't know they did that. No wonder it fills out in that little area. I didn't really
That's what
notice.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, they
Like
fill it out.
if I'm listening to something you might have produced and I just listen to it, that's one thing. But if I'm laying in bed watching it and listening to the sounds and I'm high, I'm
Mm.
like, oh, he put that in there for that reason.
Right, right, exactly. You see why they filled it out and how it works. So yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. And let me ask you this: have you ever tried psychedelics?
Yeah, no, the only thing I've ever done like mind altering is cannabis. That's it.
That's it. Okay,
Yeah.
which is a mild. It's a mild What is it called? A hypnagogic drug or whatever. But it has a mild thing. But if you do, like, you're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Man, it would be really cool, because soon Sophia's going to be coming to visit. I'm not sure when. And I live in Florida too. So she'll be coming here, and hopefully we'll be able to get our hands on some DMT, which is like the strongest hallucinogen on the
Yes.
planet. And if you're like the free spirit I think you are, if I'm gauging you correctly, you may not be, but you may be someone who may dare to go on the dark side. I don't know, but
That
you
would be
may
a
be that.
very big step because I would actually be like right off the bat, I would be a little cautious of that. You
Yeah.
know, right away. I'm like, whoa.
Oh, and it's scary. I'm not even gonna. I wouldn't even sugarcoat it and try to hide it. But like the one thing that about that particular thing, you know, and you want to smoke it, you want to ingest it as a smoke. So what I usually do if I do it is I put a little cannabis into a pipe. Don't do the vape, do a pipe, something very natural and direct. So I put the DMT in there that's usually crystallized into like a crystal form. So it'll burn, it'll melt. And then to help it melt faster and give you that kickoff, what they call a takeoff point, you put a little cannabis in there. So you smoke it. So you automatically feel the cannabis. The first thing you feel is the cannabis sort of entering into your consciousness. So you start to meld with that plant, right? And then, man, you got to take 3 hits. But when you first make that hit with the cannabis, you feel like you're done. You can't do it. You don't want to do it. You've already made a mistake. I don't care how positive you were about trying this shit. When you finally do it and you hit it the first time, automatic regret. You get this fucking sick feeling in your stomach, like, why the fuck did I do this? What am I doing? And because it tastes so bad and it chokes you, it has this, it's like smoking rubber, burned rubber. It doesn't taste good. It doesn't do anything. It's just burned rubber. It's going to choke you. You're going to smoke it in, and it's going to make your throat, go like constrict. And you're going to feel like you're fucking dying. But what happens is you have to do it 2 more times in order for this thing to take its full effect. So it's already off that first one. What's happening? Your throat is constricting. Your shortness of breath is kicked in. Your heart, you start noticing your heart. So you automatically start panicking because you notice your heart is panicking. So automatically you get into this panic mode and you know you're going to die. You know, it isn't like you believe you may die. It's like you know you are dying. So that's the really fucked up part about the whole trip. I'm not even going to lie to you. But then you force yourself or someone helps you take that second hit. I needed help. My brother had to force it and push my chest to make me hold my breath because I didn't want to suck it in. I refused. And I just lost, he held me so I couldn't like turn my head and breathe. I had to breathe it all in because I was suffocating. So my neck was constricting, so I just automatically took my longest breath I could take. I was like trying to live, And that fucking shit, when I did that, what a mistake that was. Because that fucking just sucked in all that fucking rubber and shit into my system. Now I'm in a worse condition. Now I feel like at that point, Lou, I was like, well, fuck it. I'm done. So why not? It's done. So just go ahead, give me the third one. Fuck it. I've already killed myself. I've offed myself, So you do the third one and you blast off. I don't know what it is about that third one. Every time I've done it, I have to hit that third one. You do that for that third time, and you start to hear this little cracking sound, like electricity sizzling, like zzz. You hear it audibly. It's not a hallucination. You hear it. You're like, oh shit, my fucking neurons are fucking scrambled right now and shit. Like you can hear it. And then you take off, like you picture yourself blasting off like in a spaceship. And you go through these visual tunnels and all of this stuff. You have this out-of-body experience. You meet all these beings, and and it's like things you could never imagine this happening to you. So it's giving you this sense of out-of-controlness. You know how you're on a roller coaster, and all you can do is put your hands up because there's no control. You just let go and enjoy the ride. It's kind of the same way. This stuff is happening to you, so you have this impression like you're not generating this in your brain. You're actually being physically taken somewhere and shown shit. That's the impression you get. Of course, it's all in your mind, but that's how their impression is. Like it's really for real, for real. And yeah, it's just it's an amazing, profound experience. Even if you were to explain it away as just chemicals interacting, it still doesn't take the magic away. If you've ever experienced that shit, the magic is just there. The magic is in the experience. However it happens doesn't even matter at that point. It's just that it's possible to even have this kind of experience. Like just the possibility of it is magical. So I would say do it, but I don't know if you have the courage to do it. But I think you would. I think you're the kind of person that is a free spirit enough to try
Oh,
it. I think.
I'm definitely a free spirit, but I do like to feel I have control. And
Yeah.
that would be like, what do you mean I have no control? It's doing something to me.
Yep. Oh yeah.
That whole thing
You
is-
have no control, brother. You're gonna be in. You're just sitting there like a open duck, like it's open
yeah.
duck season, and you're just out there because there's nothing you can do. You can't stop the experience. Like for me, what I tried to do, I tried to make myself not high anymore because you know how you get high on weed. You know, you feel yourself get a little high. This is like taking off. You ever been in an airplane and it's taken off at that point when it really takes off the runway? And maybe it's your first time flying, so you're kind of scared, and you kind of like it gets to a point where you're kind of like, okay, let's just stop here, let's not go any further up. Like I'm too scared, I can't take it to go any higher, but the plane just keeps going up, and you're panicking because you're like, I can't stop it, I'm out of control. That's how you feel. It's something like that, only 20 times worse.
But how long? How long does it last?
Yeah, time is weird. So I would say in our time, 15 minutes. So if somebody's observing you going through this state, it would be 15 minutes at the most. But in your mind, it may be an eternity. In your mind, there's no time counter. That part of your brain shuts off. So there's no that what do they call it? The circadian rhythm gets disrupted. And so, with that out of the picture, your brain is no longer calculating seconds and time and giving you a stream. It's no longer doing that for you. So, you're outside of that stream and you're just existing in this state, this fucking feeling. And there's no way to say how long it is because time doesn't really make sense in that sort of place, mentally, if that makes sense.
Now, one last thing, and then we got to go. I got to go to eat. But one last thing about the music when we started talking.
Yeah,
Do
sure.
do you still have like that contact where the guy would listen to music that you give him and stuff?
Oh, yeah, I sure do.
And is he still active in the music industry?
Correct. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So
And
I can submit her
is he a
music.
style? Is he based on a particular genre or just all different types?
He does different types. So he's got a label called Quark Records, and it's mainly was electronic based music. So it's mainly like going to be dance music or ambient music or anything, but he also does rock music and different stuff he releases. So I don't think he generally cares. I think he's got the way his licensing works is that he license out to different things. That's how he makes his money. So that's really what you want to know is like what genre does he make his money in? So he makes his money in all kinds of genres. It doesn't matter. So whatever you give him, I'm sure he would find a home for it.
And is there a place where people can see your work?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm at
I need to write that down because I want to go hear some of your stuff.
yeah, absolutely. So I'll just put the link in the live chat and the private chat. But it's dubshine.bandcamp.com. So let me put this in the live chat here, and I'll put it in the private chat. There we go. Uh-oh, this comment failed to post to Brooklyn. Failed to post to Brooklyn. Let me try it again. Yeah, it keeps failing for some reason. I guess it doesn't want me putting links in there.
Well, let me just write down the name again.
Yeah, it's in the private chat right now. So it's the dubshine.bandcamp.com.
When you say dub, how do you spell that?
D like David, U like umbrella, B like Bravo, shine dot bandcamp.com.
Dot Van Camp?
Bandcamp, like
Oh,
rock band.
band. Okay.
Yeah, Bandcamp.com.
Bandcamp.com.
Yeah. And so
And what do you got? Some tracks and are you singing on that site?
on some of them, so it's like a lot of different things. Mainly, like I told you before, there was a genre that really got popular on the algorithm for me, anyways, the most popular. So this is kind of what the people want from me, because every time I put up different kind of music, so I've been sticking with this music. It's called electro music. It's a form of electronic music. Let me see something here, just to give you an idea. Maybe this will be fun for me. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, if you don't mind, I can play you a track off that site and give everybody an idea.
You got one where you're singing?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I want to hear you singing.
Yeah, so this is the one. I wrote the lyrics, everything, so music, the whole nine.
I see it here.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I just pulled it in. Sounds psychedelic already.
Already.
I believe that I can be whenever I want to be myself free. The world can be the vertical wave, collapse the way that I behave. Better to fly with agency. Open your eyes so you can see reality. It's a world played to me. Create the self-create spontaneously. Make the God real, the finest to be. Take the raw deal, fake a loser's ease. Hang your hopes and sign the dose. Create the fix and take the next toast. Paint the price and bake the slice. Cut your own throat and roll the dice. Take the chance to do the dance. So boost the bass, enhance the trance. It's time for you to simulate. It's time for us to escape. It's time to make the way. Enhance the bass, assimilate. It's time for you to simulate. It's time for us to escape. It's time to make the way. Enhance the bass, assimilate. It's time to burn the old form and make the new world so new can be born. The best of the best, never less, that's that. Many heads, nevertheless. Paint the flame so hot with pain. Strong and strong outside the mainframe. Making it clear, making you feel the rain. Bring out the new need so insane. It's time for you to simulate. It's time for us to escape. It's time to make the way. Enhance the bass, assimilate. It's time for you to simulate. It's time for us to escape. It's time to make the way. Enhance the bass, assimilate. Name the God, bleed the free. I like to see how you would all bleed for me. I need to feel the need for weed to kill the seed. The greed for me to be at peace. Take the lead and make the creed. Tell me how to keep the law, achieve the key. The physical freed, spiritual speed. Big as the scene, expand the room to dream. I believe that I can be whenever I want to be myself free. The world can be the vertical wave. Collapse the way that I behave. Better to fly with agency. Open your eyes so you can see reality. It's a world played to me. Create the self-create spontaneously. Make the God real, the finest to be. Take the raw deal, fake a loser's ease. Hang your hopes and sign the dose. Create the fix and take the next toast. It's time for you to simulate. It's time for us to escape. It's time to make the way. Enhance the bass, assimilate. It's time for you to simulate.
So yeah. So I got, like I said, I do rock songs too. Let me see if I can pull one of these rock songs.
That doesn't sound like your speaking voice.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Crazy. Crazy. Man, you don't even know the half. Yeah, Check me out, check me out, check me out. Do I ever think about the consequence of my actions? Satisfaction, what I'm lacking, I think I'm cracking. Good thing I'm not packing. I be snapping on the guys talking crap. If I didn't have a little joint to keep me settled, I swear I fucking blow like a freaking tea kettle. My fam don't understand when I visit them. Scotty never been the same since he been on a limb. What you know about the situation I'm facing? High speed life got me chasing. After the next hustle, I have to bustle. Use my muscle to come out on top of this tussle. I wrestle, rough and tumble, never crumble. About to stumble, gotta keep it humble before I fumble. I really gotta maintain my sanity. But how do I keep my sanity? When I'm twisted, life got my mind shifted sadistic. That's why I'm staying lifted, ballistic. Cause I'm feeling the heat. Hard times in my life and I'm trying to eat. I'm twisted, life got my mind shifted sadistic. That's why I'm staying lifted, ballistic. Cause I'm feeling the heat. Hard times in my life and I'm trying to eat. I think I lost my mind like the first time or the last time. Killing brain cells a crime. I walk that line, blowing my mind, ripping at the drop of a dime when it shines. So I write rhymes, burdens more than my line. Till they find it really don't take a thinking Einstein to figure out the dark times. So get the hell behind it. My warpath will burn you every time. I'm twisted, life got my mind shifted sadistic. That's why I'm staying lifted, ballistic. Cause I'm feeling the heat. Hard times in my life and I'm trying to eat. I'm twisted, life got my mind shifted sadistic. That's why I'm staying lifted, ballistic. Cause I'm feeling the heat. Hard times in my life and I'm trying to eat.
I don't know what you see in me.
Yeah.
I'm young and I'm wild and I'm free.
Yeah, let me tell you, twisted. Love is a blessing, so don't miss it. Cause I'm addicted, going ballistic. My mind afflicted, my soul enlisted. The public critics, you better come correct. You go and get it. You might need a medic for my mind, please just set it. Don't let it blow a fuse, just forget it. Countless disasters to my credit. Day I said it, I'm bad already. Now ain't that pathetic? Because I'm twisted. Life got my mind shifted sadistic. That's why I'm staying lifted, ballistic. Cause I'm feeling the heat. Hard times in my life and I'm trying to eat. I'm twisted. Life got my mind shifted sadistic. That's why I'm staying lifted, ballistic. Cause I'm feeling the heat. Hard times in my life and I'm trying to eat. And I'm trying to eat. I'm trying to eat.
Yeah.
Love it. That very, very catchy. Very, very catchy.
Thank you, man. Thank you. So yeah, I just love to write different kind of music, different things, and most of that site, like I say, if you go to it, it's going to be like instrumental tracks and a lot of electronic based type of music that people are really buying into. But like I said, I've worked with my sister on songs. Yeah,
Was that new stuff?
yeah, this was new stuff that I gave you that I just played.
Yeah, is relatively recently.
Yes, this is recent. Yeah, like within the last month. So yeah,
How old are you, Scott?
man, I'm 56, brother.
You sound
They-
like a young man.
Yeah, the you know that's the thing. I've been doing this stuff so long. It's like I've got recordings of that same song. Like I wrote most of this stuff over 20 years ago,
Oh, okay. So
and I originally recorded it in Germany. And when I was with that band with my brother, and so Twisted, like there was a whole bunch of songs that we did, and so we do live concerts, videos, open up for big groups and bands in Germany. It was a lot of fun, man. And yeah, so doing that vocal stuff I've been doing that since a little kid, man.
well, I love it. I'm going to go on the page because I like to, I can't wait to share it with my girlfriend. I know she's going to like that stuff
Oh,
because
cool.
she likes that beat. That there's a
Yeah.
lot of that's kind of like a dancey, energetic sound.
Yep.
And-
That's
and-
that's the what I go for is something what I call a higher vibration kind of music. Something of a higher tempo. It's bassy, bumpy. Kind of thumpy. So it gives you in a good mood.
Oh yeah, that'll get me fired up listening to that.
Yeah, man. That's the idea.
Anyway, thank you, man.
Yeah,
And
man. No
thank you
problem.
for coming by and sharing the time.
Yes, sir. It's been real, man. I love it.
All right. I'll see you. I'm going to go.
All right, man. I'm out. Y'all be good.
Bye.